Chapter 996. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. We're here to challenge you. How about it? Do you dare to accept our challenge? These people boasted shamelessly as soon as they appeared. They had originally gathered together to break the legend of Dawn's mountain treasures. However, these people had come at a bad time. They were at the bottom of the city in the sky. Qin, you had not refined the drop of essence blood to increase his strength. However, his strength could not be underestimated. He had surpassed most people. Among these people, most of them were close to Senzen's level. There was even one who was slightly higher. However, these people were no match for him. If they really fought, he would win without a doubt. No one could defeat them. These people were not even qualified to be his opponent. None of you can defeat me. If you insist on being stubborn, there will only be one outcome. Qin, you calmly stated this fact. However, the weak could not accept this fact. They felt that they were not weak and had great confidence in themselves. After looking at them one by one, they felt even more confident. Even if they seemed to be evenly matched, so what? Even if they felt that Zhongyu was very strong, there were still several of them. Even if they did not succeed in the final challenge, they would not be threatened. All of them felt even more confident. Without saying anything, they sent out their weapons. One of the female cultivators took out a deep water drum. It was also the most powerful weapon among all of them. Once it was beaten, it would produce a buzzing sound that caused people's minds to be in chaos. The sound seemed to materialize and turn into a sharp attack. It easily caused a commotion in the surroundings. The others were also slightly more vigilant. It seemed that many of them were extremely powerful. As expected, no one could be underestimated. However, their goal was the same. They were going to find the recently famous Dawn, immortal lord, and fight for a name for themselves. This time, they would definitely become famous. This was also the purpose of their visit this time. Sora Shinran had just finished packing and returned when he saw this scene. He often stayed in the city on the clouds. However, this time, more than half of the city on the clouds had been destroyed. Now, he did not have the mood to rebuild it. He could only simply pack up his things and bring along some things that he originally wanted to carry with him. Then he set off with Qinyu. However, he had only been gone for a short while, and when he returned, there were already a few more people he did not know. Furthermore, they looked like they were coming in a menacing manner. They didn't seem friendly at all. Since when did such an existence dare to be so arrogant in front of him? Moreover, none of them recognized themselves clearly, nor did they recognize who their opponents were. To think that he would shamelessly challenge them just for the sake of fame and fortune. The aura of the Azure Sea Divine Dragon made the challengers feel extreme fear. Qinyu often did not deliberately release his aura, nor did he target anyone. However, this time, Sora Shinran was not used to these people who had suddenly appeared. Because they were an eyesore, he naturally wouldn't give them any special treatment. That powerful pressure pressed down on them, causing them to feel extremely pressured. Not everyone could withstand the pressure as easily as Qinyu. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change. The weakest among these people bent down on the spot and could not straighten up. The others were also sweating profusely. They were thinking about the background of this Shinran who had suddenly appeared. Then they heard Shinran spit out 2 words. He actually called Qinyu master. Do you want me to take care of all these guys? These people were all ants to him. He wouldn't care too much when they had nothing to do with him. But now that they had appeared in front of him, they were somewhat related to him. If he didn't like them, he would just destroy them. Anyway, the world was big. In this wind realm, he had always been the biggest. If he wanted to take someone's life, it would be easy. There was no need to explain to anyone. There was no need to tell anyone. He would just do it directly, although his voice was faint and did not carry much emotion. However, this was a challenge. Every single one of them was powerful, and they could keenly sense that death was imminent. They were so scared that they pissed their pants. They desperately broke free from this non-fatal pressure. They ran as fast as they could and quickly ran far away. If they didn't leave now, when would they leave? If they didn't leave now, they were afraid that all of them would have to stay here for a long time. Their strength is not as good as mine. I don't need you to take action. Qin, you didn't want more of these people. Since they were far inferior to him, why should he put them in his eyes? He wasn't even prepared to accept the challenge, because these people were not qualified to be his opponent. There were only 1 or 2 people in the entire Wind Realm who were qualified to be his opponent. The others were not qualified at all. Even if they were his opponent, he wouldn't take them seriously, not to mention accepting any challenge. But those people couldn't even wait for this. As soon as Sora, Shenron appeared, they were so scared that they pissed their pants and ran away. Their figures were extremely miserable, but now they couldn't care about anything. They just hoped that they wouldn't die here. After they ran away, they were still a little frightened. Thinking of that extremely powerful power, they couldn't help but shiver. What kind of luck did they have to be able to escape unscathed from the hands of such an expert? If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to do this. But now they did it. They couldn't help but feel a little surprised. It turns out that the legendary Dawn Immortal Lord is already at that level. That's right. With this kind of strength, he can be called a divine lord, let alone an immortal lord. Although it's a little exaggerated. As long as you think of the fear at that time, you also feel that he can be called a divine lord. The few of them looked at each other, and without saying anything, they dispersed. If they didn't run now, when would they run? Of course, they ran as far as they could. From then on, they would never come back. It was even more impossible for them to come here and have any interaction with the other party. Of course, in order to avoid exposing themselves, they made up their minds to flatter such a powerful person. And it would be best to smear their image and say that they had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. This way, they could avoid a lot of trouble. As for face and what not, what was the use of that? Living well was the best thing to do. To be able to meet such a powerful existence was a kind of honor for them. It would also be something to talk about in the future, at least among those of the same level and strength. Whoever wanted to know the true face of such an existence would have to come and ask them. Chapter 9, 97. Buffed. The refinement failed. Qinyu withdrew his hand without much surprise. The fact that the blue sun divine dragon had handed over his essence blood so easily was indeed a surprise to him. Now that the refinement failed, it lessened his surprise by quite a bit. As expected, there was still a prerequisite. Otherwise, how could a divine dragon of his generation hand over everything so easily? And there were no additional conditions. Sora Shenron remembered that he had been beaten up before and immediately left Kenshui Shenron. He was a little further away. He did not insist on doing all of this. However, he indeed had a matter that he wanted Qinyu to help him with. But now he wasn't too sure about Qinyu's character, so he specially set up a restriction. Without his permission, he didn't volunteer this drop of essence blood. There was absolutely no possibility of it being refined by anyone. Of course, he was already sincere enough to take it out, and it wasn't considered cheating or anything. You have seen the current state of the Wind Realm. It has suffered a lot. I have always hoped to see this place become more prosperous, but not only did I not see it, but I also saw a gloomy atmosphere. I saw the vitality and strength I wanted to see the most in you. If you can make the entire wind realm very lively within a month, it will get better and better. Even if I have to take the initiative to submit, even if I have to suffer a lot for it. So what? I am willing. Qin, you was already waiting for Shenren's test. Of course, he could forcefully interrupt it. But now the other party had shown his sincerity, and this request really wasn't a troublesome thing in his opinion. The reason why the wind realm was like this now was because of the gloomy atmosphere. There was no vitality in the family, and it was only because the family was deeply rooted. More and more families became very powerful. Of course, at the same time, there were also many emerging experts. There were no opportunities to stand out. Many talented people died prematurely because they didn't have the protection of their families and didn't have status. Only the geniuses in the families could be protected. But how many people could be nurtured like this? Of course, this was a very stable situation, because this way there wouldn't be any collapse. It would be like the previous immortal world where there were many large sections. There was chaos everywhere, and it wasn't any better. Although there were many possibilities, many hopes, but at the same time, it was easier for them to collapse, because there were too many scheming matters. Although there weren't many people who had the opportunity to stand out in the face of such a dominant family, the current situation didn't give many people a chance to stand out. However, for most people, this would allow them to receive even more protection. There were no experts wreaking havoc, nor were there any bad guys wreaking havoc. But after all, he wasn't in a hurry. It would be better if he could improve it. However, for Shino, he had not interfered in these matters for many years. As a result, it wasn't easy for him to interfere. Whenever he interfered, there would definitely be some pressure. If he were to do it himself, there would be very few people who would be willing to do as he wished. This test was difficult and not easy at all. However, it wasn't difficult to do it again. Of course, it wasn't that difficult for others. However, to Qin, this matter was merely a matter of a few words from him. However, it would still take some time for the message to reach them. It would take 2 or 3 days for the results to be received. However, it wouldn't take a month, no matter what. To him, changing the world was just a matter of a few words. 3 days. After 3 days, you will leave with me. Sora, Shenron didn't have time to react. When he figured it out, he couldn't help but be surprised. Originally, he even knew very well not many people would be willing to help him do this. But now, not only did he see someone agree, but this person also shortened the time by so much. He clearly gave a deadline of 1 month, but Qin said 3 days. What could be done in 3 days? What could he possibly do in 3 days? Even he knew very well that there was nothing he could do in 3 days. The only thing he could do was to run around. If his strength was slightly weaker, 3 days wouldn't even be enough to cover the time spent on the road. How could this be? Since you promised, you must do it. If you can't do it, I will never admit it. When the time comes, no one will be able to persuade me. Even if you let Kanshue, Shenron defeat me, I won't go with you. Of course, Qin-Yu's aura was extremely broad, and he stood there looking extremely magnificent. It inexplicably made people believe that he must have absolute confidence in what he said. Even Sora, Shenron couldn't help but have such a feeling, but then he fell on his head. Maybe he was wrong. How could he be so easily influenced? But if it was Qin-Yu, he might really be able to do this. After all, he was so confident. Since I said it, then I will definitely be able to do it, whether you believe it or not. After 3 days, there will definitely be a result. At that time, you just need to see it with your own eyes. Sora Shenron was also waiting to see. Of course, he slowly shrank his body size. It transformed into an extremely inconspicuous little creature, about the size of a flying insect. he followed behind. Even if Qin Yu knew, he didn't care much. His goal was very clear. He went directly to the Situ family to find Situ Hua. Now, in this wind realm, Situ Hua still had a very high voice. After all, he was the current patriarch of the Situ family. If there was any reform, it would be much easier to start with the Situ family. No one could easily erase the status of the Situ family, even if a lot of things happened a while ago. But as long as he was here, the four great elders were not as capable as him alone. Situ Hua was extremely excited about Qin Yu's return. But after hearing about this matter, he was a little confused. What was it to make the entire wind realm become refreshed and prosperous? But he didn't refuse and nodded in agreement. It was just that it would be a little complicated to do. Even if the Situ family had an extremely high voice in the entire wind realm. But after all, he was the newly appointed patriarch and didn't have any absolute power in his hands. Just do as I say. Qin Yu methodically arranged. First, he promoted capable people. He promoted those with outstanding talent. He went to various places where there were no families to promote and gathered geniuses. As long as they had a little talent, they could be roped in. Of course, the internal structure had to be slightly changed. Only those with good talent had the qualifications to be promoted and could get the best treatment. Chapter 998. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Bloodline was respected. Identity was the most important thing in the future. All of this would be in the past. From now on, there would be no such rule. Although Situ Hua felt a little confused, he still gave the order resolutely. Naturally, there were many people who were not convinced. But for those who had already achieved something, there was naturally some appeasement. It was slightly easier to appease them, but the expenses were bound to be huge. If they are not convinced, just beat them. They know their own ability. Whose talent is the most worthy of nurturing, I think everyone can see it clearly. The reason why there was such a model before was nothing more than a son being valued by his father or a son being valued by his mother. In his opinion, such a method was really rotten, but it was not without any advantages. But if he wanted to start the reorganization now, not only could he not use too violent means, he could not completely listen to these people's opinions. Now, using the fastest speed to cut the Gordian knot was already the best. The entire Situ family had many complaints, but the implementation was still very fast. After all, Qin Yu used the fastest speed to organize everyone to be obedient. The fate of the four great elders was still vivid in their minds. If they were not obedient, then they would definitely not end up better than the four great elders. After all, with the lesson of the past, it was easier to be obedient. But this reorganization, most people still had the mentality of watching a joke. The current model had been in the wind domain for so many years. Each great family led the way and supported their own outstanding disciples. Where would they get so many resources to nurture people from outside? Even the renowned Situ clan did not have so many resources in their hands that could be used by so many people. If they used the resources to nurture people from outside, no one knew whether they would nurture a group of ingrates or not. After all, it was more reliable to nurture their own people. After all, there was bloodline there. No matter what, the family's interests would always remain unchanged. It was always much better than those outsiders. If the family property was snatched away by outsiders, they would have nowhere to cry. But no one dared to say these words to Qin Yu. Even if they were accidentally overheard, their faces would still turn pale with fright. However, Qin Yu remembered the 3-day deadline. Since he mentioned it, then he must have absolute confidence. To be able to make the entire wind realm flourish within 3 days, since he had already boasted, how could he not do it? Is there anything I can help you with? Shualon was eager to give it a try. After all, they were going to reorganize an entire immortal realm in 3 days. Although she couldn't see anything now, she had absolute confidence in Qinyu. Since he had said it, he would definitely do it. Shualon didn't care about what other people were saying. If there was anything she could do, she would do her best. It just so happened that Qinyu had something for Shualon to do. This matter needed to be handled by a meticulous person. If it was someone else, there might be a lot of tricks. If he was accidentally bought over, or if he wasn't absolutely trustworthy, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to find a trustworthy person for this matter. And this person had better be meticulous enough. In his eyes, no one was more suitable than Shualon. Moreover, this matter wasn't troublesome. It was just a further screening of the geniuses that had been selected. This time, it was mainly to screen out those with good character. It was also to screen out some of the swindlers. After all, no one could guarantee that with so many places recruiting people at the same time, there wouldn't be some crooked people planted in. Even if it was just a slight flaw in character, it couldn't be tolerated. I will definitely help you with this matter. Shualon did as she said. Qinyu stopped her with a smile. With a flash of his hand, a few small puppets appeared. These small puppets were the same ones that Situ Sheng had used before, but they had some improvements. It could let the master feel everything that the puppets felt. It was extremely magical. It was similar to a clone, but it didn't have much strength. This matter was destined to be a little complicated. There was no need for Shualon to do it herself. She could just use these small clones to do it slowly. With this, it would save a lot of trouble, and some things would be much easier to do. Shualon was slightly surprised. In this way, things that weren't that troublesome to begin with would be much easier to do. Qinyu went with her not because he was worried, but because the other places had already been arranged. This was the most important place. It didn't matter if he showed up or not. But after all, he had nothing to do, so he came over to take a look. Unexpectedly, Situ Hua was also here. It seemed that he was also quite serious about the selection. Seeing this scene, he didn't have any doubts. He just smiled faintly. He had already expected this. It seemed that Situ Hua wasn't an absolute idiot. At least, other than being easily deceived and simple-minded, everything else was considered good. Now that he had recruited a group of talented people from outside, the probability was relatively low. But if he cast a wide net, it wasn't impossible to find some peerless geniuses. The most important thing was that with this method, it was easy to take in a group of trusted subordinates who didn't have any background but were loyal enough. For Situ Hua, who didn't have any foundation at the moment, there was nothing better for him than this. Sora Shunran looked at the thriving land and finally lowered his head. This time, he was willing to submit. After truly refining that drop of blood essence, Qinyu's strength increased slightly. As he expected, he was stuck at the late-stage Saint King. If he wanted to go further, it would be a little troublesome because he would have to go through many tests. When that time came, his reputation would be extremely great. The greater the reputation, the more outstanding his talent. Needless to say, his talent was one that only appeared once in 10,000 years. When he broke through Senzen, he had to find an empty place. Otherwise, it would implicate many places and implicate many innocent people. However, He didn't know where the opportunity to break through Senzin was. At the moment when his strength increased, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. In the ninefold divine realm, the remaining 7 great Shunran opened their eyes one after another. They looked at the void without any focus in their eyes. Soon, they slowly retracted their gazes. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, only they themselves knew. If there was only one Shenron, it would be fine. However, 2 Shenrons recognized one person as their master at the same time. This kind of thing had never happened before. Chapter 1001. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy translation laughter could be heard everywhere, and the fragrance of flowers and trees could be smelled. Countless young children were wantonly rolling on the grass. Occasionally, they would run into some poisonous grass without any hindrance. Their laughter was like silver bells. As he ran, he didn't know how far he had run. He ran deep into the mountains. However, the woman sitting by the river was not worried at all. Instead, she looked at the children lovingly as they ran further and further away. Even though she knew that there were countless dangers there, she was not worried at all. As the children ran, the small balls in their hands fell to the ground. They all bet that whoever got the ball first would win. However, before they could get their hands on the ball, a black door suddenly appeared at the spot where the ball landed. 2 figures stepped out from the door, and the door suddenly disappeared. When the children saw who it was, they were stunned for a moment. Then they grabbed a handful of soil and wanted to throw it over. It's him. I remember too. My memory is the best. Even Grandpa Village Chief praised me. I definitely won't be wrong. Hurry up and beat him to death. A child said cruel words in the most innocent tone. However, they did not feel that they had done anything wrong. Qin Yu had just arrived at this place when he heard these words. Seeing that they were 3 young children, he was prepared to ignore them. However, there was no end to the soil. Although they could not get within 3 inches of him, these children were not afraid at all. They even dared to run around in this deep mountain forest. That was a little too daring. The 3 children suddenly felt a sense of pressure. Finally, he realized that he was a little scared. They threw away everything in their hands and ran away. As they ran, they shouted that the great Demon King was here. The big bad guy was here. Xuelon burst out laughing. Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. Did he really look like the great Demon King? And the big bad guy? He had done a lot of things. Not to mention that he had eliminated evil and promoted good, but he had been respectfully called the Dawn Immortal. He had just arrived in this new world, and he had been beaten up into a big bad guy. However, laughter was laughter. At first, he thought that this was just a small interlude. However, when he stood at a place with signs of human habitation, at the first moment when everyone saw Qin Yu, they were all shocked. They picked up everything they could and attacked. Although these people were just ordinary people and did not have any abilities. But the feeling of being shunned by everyone was really not a good feeling. Something was wrong here. The wood world seemed to be full of flowers and birds. It was very quiet and peaceful. However, because it was too quiet, it gave him some misconceptions. As if this was not a beautiful place, but a huge prison, maintaining a beautiful appearance. These people, if he said that he had mistaken her for someone else, that would be fine. He could just clear up the misunderstanding later. However, what if they did not recognize him? Even though he has never been here before, everything is possible. Qin Yu will not let go of any conjecture. After eliminating everything else, there was only one possibility left. No matter how impossible it was still the truth. Even if he hadn't been here before, there were many powerful figures in the world. If he had used some method to cross paths with him before, and even formed a grudge with him, then That was to be expected. If someone from a sect in the immortal world had some connection with the wood world, so much so that someone recognized him here. Everyone knew him. However, Chinyu had a vague feeling that things were not that simple. Just by looking at the attitude of those ordinary people, he could tell that they were definitely not well-intentioned. Their attitude was more like true fear. Rather than saying that it was fear, it was slightly inappropriate. That feeling was more like disgust, and it also carried killing intent. Although he had never been here before, he had never interacted with the people here. However, his intuition would never be wrong. Xuelan's expression also became more serious. She felt it carefully and found that it was really as Chinyu had said. These people definitely did not just know them. It was not just vigilance against strangers. They really wanted to kill them, and their killing intent was extremely strong. Not long after, a truly powerful person was suddenly attracted. However, this person's strength was only at the immortal spirit realm. For the current Chinyu, he was just a small ant that could be dealt with a wave of his hand. However, it was this insignificant ant who, upon seeing him, sent him a message without any explanation. It attracted more followers. This person seemed to know something. Chinyu was also a little impatient. Anyone who had just arrived at a new place and found that the people here regarded him as an enemy, he would feel a little unhappy. Moreover, he did not do anything, and there was no need for him to receive such treatment. You know me, and as if you're facing a great enemy. Who sent you? Every sentence Chinyu said was a narrative, and every sentence made people not dare to resist. That person's strength was really much, much lower than his. Even if his mind was firm, under pressure, he blurted out without thinking. He was a follower of Shenmuism, and his strength was not bad. He was a 7th grade follower. However, after blurting out this, he gradually reacted and was unwilling to say anything more. Instead, he showed some arrogance. It was as if he had never seen a real battle before. Therefore, he had no concept of death. Although he could feel danger because he had no concept of it, he was particularly bold. He did not seem like someone who had really seen a life and death battle. You'd better let go of me quickly. Shenmuism is not something you can easily fight against. No matter how strong you are, can you be stronger than Lord Shenron? Shenmuism was created by Lord Kyuki Shenron for the stability of this world. No one can destroy this stability, because Lord Shenron will always protect us. This person even wanted to self-destruct, but Chinyu directly snapped his throat before he could do so. These people were simply crazy. Moreover, Shenron took the initiative to establish a sect here and monopolize it. This was something that had never happened in other places. The other two Shenron secretly transmitted their voices to Chinyu. This was indeed an extremely special place. Although they rarely interfered, once they did, it would shock the world and make ghosts and gods cry. No one could stop them. Kyuki Shenron felt that no one could do it well. In the end, he decided to do it himself, to maintain the peace of this world. However, it seemed a little strange now, but no one could tell what was strange. Chapter 1002. This place was simply too peaceful. When this peace was stained with blood, it was extremely terrifying. Chinyu killed one person who came, 2 people who came, 2 people who came. However, these people really came one after another. The more people who died, the stronger the people who came. In less than 2 days, there was already an immortal venerable who had arrived, and he was also a supreme first-class venerable. In other words, in the entire Shenmuism, his status was very high. Other than the sect leader and Lord Shenron, his right to speak was one of the best. In the entire Shenron sect, there were not many first-class venerables. No matter how he counted, there were only 9 of them. Of course, the sect leader's strength was often on par with a venerable, but the sect leader was especially special. It had been 2 days since he came to the Wood Realm. Although most of the time was spent in killing, it was enough for Chinyu to understand the situation here. Kyuki Shinran single-handedly founded Shenmuism. Every sect leader was extremely special and would sign a contract with him. It was the same for every generation. But the contract was not like the one signed by Kenshue Shinran and Sora Shinran with Chinyu. That was a master-servant contract. Shinran was the master, and the sect leader was the servant. In other words, although on the surface Shinran did not care about anything, but because of this, the entire church was forced to be under Shenron's supervision. As long as he gave the order, no one was allowed to disobey, and no one had the ability to resist him. Most of the people lived in peace, and there were no conflicts on the surface. Everyone's thoughts were very uniform. They looked very calm. But in fact, it was not much. "You're the last one, right?" Chinyu said, as if he felt something. The dying person beside him was a first-class venerable one who was sent out in the end. Even a first-class venerable had died in his hands. It should be said that Shenmuism would not let it go. But he just had this feeling. The other party would not persist any longer. This would be the last time they would send someone over. Of course, this didn't mean the end. Instead, it was a kind of beginning. What else was above a first-class venerable? It was none other than the extremely powerful sect master, or Shinran himself. However, whether or not he was worthy of the mystical dragon god's shameless attack was still debatable. But no matter what, this pursuit had come to an end. The first-grade venerable one's internal organs were already shattered. Therefore, he didn't have time to answer. Chinyu already knew what was going on. Thus, he mercilessly gave him the final blow. Xuelan stood in the distance, untainted by even a speck of dust. She gazed into the distance, making sure that no one else was coming. He was still scared. That's right, no matter how strong they are, no matter how unified they are. Even if all the experts in the entire god realm were in Shenmuism, they would still be able to do so. However, if tens of thousands of experts suddenly died, they would definitely feel breathless. Previously, when thousands of soldiers swept across, they did not suffer any damage. At this moment, they probably couldn't think of a better way, so they could only temporarily stop. They would no longer continue to chase after them. But was this the end? The other side had stopped, but it didn't mean that Chinyu could really take this lying down. He was inexplicably hunted down the moment he arrived at this place and became the public enemy of the entire world. Regarding this matter, he still had to seek an explanation from Dragon God. Shenmuism? He would personally pay them a visit. He wouldn't go so far as to change his appearance. It was enough for him to wear a half-mask so that people couldn't recognize him. Now, Chinyu's face was known to the entire world. He didn't know what method he used, but everyone in the entire world actually recognized his face. And they remembered it perfectly. If they want to use such a method, they should have to pay a high price. If Shinran didn't pay a price, then the ones who paid the price would be these sect members and ordinary people. Sora Shinran hesitantly voiced his conjecture. He knew of a way to make people remember him so clearly, and everyone was the same. But as Chinyu said, there was a price to pay, and it wasn't just an ordinary price. It would reduce one's lifespan. It would take away part of the most important thing from you without you realizing it. If those people knew about it from the beginning, it would be fine, but with such a large area. It seemed that they didn't know about it, which surprised him a little. Chinyu wasn't surprised at all. After all, for the strong, the weak were like ants that could be easily wiped out. So what if they had to pay a price? Perhaps Kyoki Shunran had such thoughts. After wearing a half mask, they quieted down a lot along the way. They were extremely powerful, and wherever they went, people would call them venerables. Other than Shenmuism, there were some scattered loose people, but most of the people in the world were Shenmuism disciples. There were so few loose people that they almost didn't exist. So for those who were powerful, everyone tacitly agreed that they were from Shenmuism. Unfortunately, they weren't this time. The Shenmuism branch, which had always been bustling with people, had an extremely powerful couple. This couple had taken the initiative to come to the door and say that they wanted to join. And they seemed to be very sincere. They were extremely powerful. The little boy standing at the front didn't dare to delay at all, and immediately prepared all the necessary procedures for them. He also gave them sufficient tokens. He just wanted to record everything about them, including their true faces. Chin Yu slowly put his hand on the half mask on his face. Suddenly he laughed. By the time his laughter stopped, everything around him had turned into dust, floating around him slowly. What right do you have to see my true face? Do what I tell you to do. If you don't do it, I can find someone else. The corners of Shualan's mouth curled up slightly. She took a step forward, and her voice was slightly gentler. But after all, she was cold-hearted and emotionless. Even if her voice was gentler, it was still extremely cold in the ears of others, as if it didn't contain any emotions. Only to the people next to her could she show some human-like gentleness. It couldn't help but make people even more certain that these two should be a couple, under the deterrence of powerful strength. In the end, someone still obediently arranged everything for them. It wasn't a big problem that their faces couldn't be seen clearly. They just needed to record the iconic mask. Chinyu looked at the new token that he had just received. He looked at it carefully. The information engraved on it had all been checked by him, and he had also taken the initiative to have it engraved. Absolutely no one knew that he was the number 1 wanted criminal on the wanted list. Chapter 1003. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a ranking list in Shenmuism. This ranking list was the mission list of all the disciples, everything they did, and the resources they needed were all obtained from the mission board. Only by doing enough could they get the corresponding reward. Everyone was the same. There was no exception. If one was strong enough, they could get enough rewards in exchange for more resources. All the treasures and rare resources in the tomb belonged to Shinran. After that, they were given out because of the completion of the mission. It could be said that the order was very clear. And now, the first place on the ranking list was Chinyu. The second place was the famous leader of the anti-wood sect. In fact, the current leader of the anti-wood sect was the only one who dared to lead people to fight against the divine tree. His strength was said to have reached the middle stage of Senzen, far surpassing many people. So much so that the entire Shenmuism had a headache. Even a first-class venerable could not take him down in a short time. Moreover, this person was extremely cunning, and no one could catch him. But such a troublesome person could only be ranked at the bottom. One could imagine how high Chinyu's position was. And the most special person was the person who gave out the mission. This was someone who Shinran had personally ordered to be captured. After his appearance, it had exceeded most people's imagination. Looking at the generous rewards at the back, no one could calm their hearts. Unfortunately, the first-class venerable was also defeated and died, and not many people dared to try to capture him. After all, no matter how good the rewards were at the bottom, they could not lose their lives because of this. Chin Yu slid down from the first place on the ranking list to the middle places below. The anti-wood sect was a very special existence. At the moment, there was no need for him to fight to the death for Shenmuism. Of course, no one had the qualifications to do so, but he had not attracted attention yet. Although his strength was very high, his origin was unknown, and he did not know if it was because Kyuki Shinran had done too well, so much so that most of the disciples in Shenmuism were not vigilant. They did not even pay much attention to an outsider like him. Although they were vigilant, they were not too deliberate. Suddenly, he saw a mission, which was followed by a series of missions. This small group of people burned, killed, and looted. They were not completely without opponents, but their tracks were too cunning. Among them, the leader had a defensive magic weapon that could make people unable to capture their figures and traces. Many people were troubled. Few people dared to take on this mission because the people inside it. Of course, the people inside were all famous people on the ranking list. Many people had always wanted to capture them, but in the end, not because they were powerful, but because they had a sense they did not do things. So they had not been promoted to the top translation. Those first-class venerables. As for the second-class venerable ones, they would not be able to easily deal with this big problem. He could only hang it at a height that was neither high nor low. No one had translation but Shinran translation. However, today was a little different. Someone had accepted this mission. A translation. That was translation between they were both. And were masks, both were translation, but through the masks, everyone could imagine that these two people must be extremely charming. Their strength was also very high. Everyone knew that, except for a few rare cases. The stronger one was, the more extraordinary his aura was. Naturally, he looked even more handsome. But no one knew this powerhouse who suddenly appeared, so they could not help but whisper, ignoring some of the disharmony. The whole Shenmuism was very harmonious. Many kind-hearted people could not help but remind him out of kindness. Those people are very troublesome. Even an extremely powerful, broken, venerable failed to capture them. It's not that they are so strong that they are invincible, but it's too difficult to capture them. If possible, it's better to change to an easier mission. The reward for this mission is not particularly high. It's not proportional to the effort. Qinyu was even more determined. Of course, the mission he wanted to take would not be too easy. Otherwise, how could he achieve his goal? The others did not understand why he wanted to do this. But seeing that there was no result, they did not continue to persuade him. It could only be said that everyone had their own fate. In a small cave in the deep forest, there was an extremely cunning group of people. They got the news from somewhere that there was a powerhouse chasing after them recently, but such a thing had happened before. Then he calmly hid himself. No matter how powerful the powerhouse was, it was impossible to capture them easily. They were already familiar with this kind of thing. They had done it once or twice and were already very used to it. Anyway, they just had to wait until they hid well. Once the powerhouse left, they could continue to be carefree and unharmed. As long as no powerhouse came to capture them, they were still extremely powerful venerables. They could be free and unfettered. Shenmuism was not completely without loopholes, as long as they did not grow too strong. No one had so much patience to slowly capture a few small figures like them. The boss who found a pinky finger looked into the distance with an extremely deep gaze. He was very experienced, as he said to his two new underlings. Don't look at how aggressive they are this time. As long as we hide well and don't be discovered, in the future, the world will be different. We will still be free and unfettered. The Wood Realm is such a big place. Could it be that Shenmuism has the final say in it? He did not have many people under him because he was concerned about those true powerhouses. All along, his team had been controlled at about 5 people. Even if he had taken in 2 new underlings with decent strength, he only had 6 people under him. Only when one of his subordinates died would he go and look for a more suitable candidate. Now that a few people were hiding in the surroundings, it was very safe, but the treasure in his hand could guarantee the safety of less than 10 people and not be discovered. But more than that would not work. Chinyu suddenly walked into this forest. Countless flowers, birds, and beasts suddenly fell silent, as if they had sensed an extremely terrifying existence. So it became much quieter. The sudden change in the surrounding environment did not raise the boss's vigilance. After all, he had relied on this treasure to hide from danger countless times. This time, he naturally thought that it was no exception. But at the last moment, they were still found. None of the 6 were spared and were all captured. Chapter 1004. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Master Fan Munat only was the most troublesome mission accepted by someone else, and it was completed in just 2 days. The first day when he accepted the mission, it was still dusk. The second day when he handed in the mission, it was just dawn. When did such a powerful figure appear in Shenmuism? It made people turn pale with fright. They couldn't help but ponder. Who is this person? He doesn't have Sunja's identity, but his strength isn't inferior to any of the 9 great venerables. Are you crazy? Now, you actually dare to say that there are only 8 of the 9 great venerables left. The previous battle still made people feel guilty. Everyone wanted to know who had done all this. After that, the person who was ranked first on the ranking list never appeared again. No one knew where that person was. In short, no one had ever seen his existence. It was as if he disappeared in the blink of an eye. But more people still thought that he should have some magic treasure on him that could hide very deeply, just like that extremely troublesome guy who was good at hiding. So much so that many experts whose strength surpassed him couldn't find him at all. With no way to capture him, they could only helplessly look at him. They appeared again and again, and disappeared again and again. But that was already in the past. Now, this extremely troublesome mission was completed by someone. Suddenly, an extremely powerful expert appeared. It wasn't that no one doubted it. The reason why this expert appeared was unknown. But after all, there weren't many sects in the entire Wood realm. There weren't any so-called big or small forces, only bandits that caused chaos. There was also Shenmuism. Chinyu received a reward. However, to him, this reward was nothing more than an ordinary reward. His collection was more than 1,000 times more than this. But after all, there was a process. Sure enough, as soon as he appeared, someone quickly asked him to leave. This time, not only did he show his strength, but he also showed his ability realm. There was still some difference between strength and true ability. Having extremely high strength didn't mean that he also had extremely high ability, but he had both. Even first-class venerables had died in his hands. Not to mention that he only made a few people notice him. This time, the one who came to look for him was a first-grade venerable. His name was Duanzun. He was also the one who had tried to capture that group of bandits earlier. However, he failed in the end and became a joke. However, when you met this person, you would find that he was actually very cold. It was as if he didn't really care about this matter at all. The reason why he had come to find Chinyu was also because of a very important matter. Even he did not dare to delay in the slightest. Your strength is indeed not bad. Can you take off your mask? Perhaps this request is a bit abrupt, but the task I'm giving you this time is very troublesome. You can choose to refuse, but it's best not to do so. As long as this matter is completed successfully, you will definitely be one of the 9 venerables. Duanzun seemed to have already expected that he would not refuse. Qinyu looks at him for a long time with a faint smile. The secret confrontation had already begun. Duanzun did not hesitate to bring out his full strength. Even so, as a venerable one, he did not gain any advantage at all. In the end, he returned with his tail between his legs. His qi and blood were slightly shaken. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, he wiped it off without leaving a trace. However, his true situation was not as indifferent as it appeared on the surface. I still need to ask my wife about this matter. After all, we have always been inseparable, so I need to ask for her opinion. Xuelan's soft eyes fell on Qinyu. As long as you're willing, I have no objections. Duanzun looked at the side and did not know what he was thinking. Since the confrontation just now, he did not say anything. He only gave them a list. Then, he weighed the strength of both sides. He believed that he did not have the strength to directly repel these people. Thus, he took a step back and temporarily avoided the sharp edge. After closing the door, he quickly strode into another sealed room. After closing the door and isolating himself from the outside world, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He really could not maintain his composure. Being able to maintain some face on the surface was already the limit he could do. However, it was clear that he could not hold on for long. Just now, whenever he opened his mouth to say a word, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. At that time, he would lose a lot of face. He believed that he was a dignified Duanzun, a first-grade venerable. He could not afford to lose this face. Thus, he did not care so much and casually threw a piece of paper to end the matter halfway. He had to leave first. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold on. Currently, the slip of paper in Qinyu's hand had already written it very clearly. It wanted him to deal with a big shot on the ranking list. He had expected this, but the information that fell into his hands did not belong to him. It was the second person on the ranking list. Originally, he did this to see if anyone would take the initiative to find him. However, now that someone had bitten the bait, no one gave him a conclusion. If this information was his own, he would be able to determine why there were so many people chasing after him. This didn't make any sense at all. He had never appeared in this place before. It was unlikely that he would attract so many people to chase after him. However, this person on the ranking list was quite interesting. It just so happened that he was interested. He could use this information to understand it. Moreover, since he had joined, that Duanzun did not give him a chance to refuse. He directly threw it down and turned to leave. Xuelan only glanced at it and indifferently returned it. It did not matter who that person was. Whether he went or not, it was only Qinyu's decision. If he wanted to go, it was very simple. If he did not go, it was just a very simple matter. No one could force them to do something. Since someone wants me to go, then I'll go. If I really succeed with such an attack, at least let me see this Shenmuism's sect master. Xuelan knew that if they wanted to see the sect master, there were many ways. As long as they revealed their identity, although there would be some trouble, there would be a lot of people flying towards them like flies. However, they could still see what they wanted to see. As long as they killed their way through, even if this method was slightly violent, it could easily break the peace. Although this method was a bit roundabout, it just happened to be able to further understand the situation in the entire Wood World. The Wood World sect master was extremely special. Chapter 1005. The previous leader of Shenmuism suddenly rebelled a year after taking office. Every leader had to sign a contract with Chuki Shenran. This was something that no one could change. But for some reason, that person was able to break the contract. After that, he led a group of trusted subordinates to roam free. This was not the only reason why he was so special. He was also able to lead a group of people to rebel against Shenmuism for so long without being caught. His strength was indeed very high, but this was not the most important thing. His strength only proved that he was worthy of the title of leader. But for him to be able to lead a group of subordinates to persist until now, it was not only because of his strength, but also because of his wisdom. In other words, his understanding of Shenmuism should be very deep. The most important thing now was that Qin, you still did not know where Qi Shenran was. The entire wood world was filled with Qi Shenran's figures, but there was no trace of him. Qi Shenran was a big shot in everyone's eyes. Everyone was able to talk about many great achievements when they were brought up. There was also a string of praises that did not need to be repeated. Even at this point, no one knew where he was. Qin had other ideas. Finding Shenran was inevitable. Since he appeared so often, it was impossible for him to be sleeping. Since he was active so often, this meant that his gaze was definitely in some hidden place. He looked at everyone in the world with a high and mighty attitude. According to the information, the anti-wood cult was currently in the deepest part of a pool. There were many mechanisms there, and it was not a treasured ground that attracted people's attention. It was just a pool that was rich in spiritual energy. But the pool was very deep, and people could not find the bottom. For experts like them, breaking through the water was very easy, but there were many mechanisms and traps at the bottom of the pool, and it was said that there were people guarding them. But for some reason, everyone who went to explore had disappeared. No one knew if they were alive or dead. In addition, the leader of the anti-wood cult was not a simple person. His identity and strength were both very powerful, so no one dared to act rashly. This was a very troublesome task, and even a first-grade venerable one would not easily do it. Although Qin Yu felt that there must be more to this matter, since he had found the other party's trace, he had to be careful. There was no way he would let it go so easily. Many people had gone missing before, but it had nothing to do with him. In a very short time, he saw the so-called guard. Qin Yu merely moved his hand casually and knocked them all unconscious. Xuelan then tossed the unconscious man to a hidden corner. They had brought along items that could repel water, so there wouldn't be any problems for a while. His life was not in danger, and he did not need much attention from others. The so-called plot was like a flower blooming at the bottom of a pond. She looked as beautiful as frost. However, anyone who appeared within a certain range would be affected and become dizzy. It was a small sachet made from the so-called useful leaves on the body. Therefore, none of them were hindered and could move around freely. However, if a stranger barged in, they would not be able to escape. This was the brilliance of it. However, it had no effect on people who were truly powerful and had firm minds. These things with hallucinogenic abilities were just a bunch of trash to him. In front of him, they couldn't even play their most basic role. However, other than the hallucinogenic effect, there were also many traps. After he walked into a certain place, he would feel a strong pressure. It made people think that a certain powerhouse had suddenly descended. However, in reality, this was just a thought left behind. It was not the arrival of a true powerhouse. In other words, this was just a trap. If one was frightened, they would run away in a panic, thinking that they had been discovered. If one was calm enough, they would be able to easily discover a small jade token hidden behind a rock. This jade token was still emitting a faint light, as if it was very mysterious. However, this thing was indeed not of much use to him. Even true first venerate powerhouses had died in his hands who knew how many of them. How could he be afraid of the pressure of this thought? It would be easy to get rid of him. After that, there were not many people who used similar methods. Most of them were filled with killing intent. When he suddenly landed in a certain place, he had easily dealt with all of this. However, after dealing with this trap, a group of people appeared in front of him. The group surrounded the two of them, each of them with a grim expression. However, Chinyu didn't show any surprise. When he saw the information, he recognized that there were many fishy things in it. In other words, someone wanted to use this opportunity to make a move on him. The purpose was to make him walk into a trap and come here. After being caught, he naturally wouldn't become a threat to some people. After all, he was a powerhouse who had suddenly appeared. Although to most people, it was a strange story. However, to those few powerhouses, it was a threat. The position of the so-called 9 Great Supremes. No one wanted to hand it over to him. Many people were full of malice towards him. Therefore, the series of events that followed was not hard to imagine. If your sect master was clear-headed enough, he wouldn't have made a move on me. The people who surrounded him didn't think so much. Their hatred for Shenmuism had reached a point where it made one's hair stand on end. Most people had a kind of obsession. However, anyone who was in Shenmuism would involuntarily have killing intent. They more or less had their own difficulties, but they weren't completely pitiful. Their obsession was so deep that they wanted to kill those people as long as they saw them. There was no reason. It was just an obsession. There was no reason, but it was deeply rooted. Let them all die one by one, so that they could break the current situation of one family being the dominant power. These people were completely unreasonable. Fine technique. Sanlin Xian. Storm Fist. They didn't listen to the slightest explanation and directly attacked. Countless attacks came at him. Chinyu received all of them without changing his expression. With a casual wave of his hand, he returned all the attacks. However, he still had a sense of propriety. These people took the initiative to attack, but his purpose wasn't to kill a few more people. If that was the case, he would have done it earlier. He fought his way in. He didn't dawdle here. Naturally, he was doing it for the person behind this. Therefore, he only returned all these attacks, but he didn't do it himself. Otherwise, none of these people would have survived. Chapter 1006. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the leader of the Anti-Wood sect. In his early years, he had dealt with Shinran, but in the end, he saw the essence of the entire world. They were just ants in the hands of the strong. Although it seemed that their status was extremely high, they did not have the slightest bit of freedom, especially when he sat on the position of leader. He was just a small pet that Kyuki Shinran could summon at will. How could he be willing? Perhaps the previous leaders had all chosen to swallow their anger. But because of Kyuki Shinran's power, they had no choice but to slowly lay low. Even if they were somewhat unwilling, no one dared to say anything, because once they said anything, what awaited them when they returned would be a disaster. No one would be so stupid as to do such a thing. All of them were the same. In the end, they chose to bow their heads under pressure. In any case, at least on the surface, their status was still extremely high. Moreover, they did not lack resources. The leader had more fixed resources than the others. But whenever something fell into the hands of others, there would always be a small part of it for him. The members of the sect would also have a lot of offerings on weekdays. Shinran did not care, so all of these belonged to the leader. Compared to a person's freedom, these were nothing. The wood world was full of natural treasures, and everywhere was a scene of prosperity. Where could he not fight for a place of his own? Why should he be controlled by others? It was precisely because of his unwillingness that he planted a hidden danger in the future. You're finally willing to come out. I thought you didn't care about the life and death of these people. The leader of the Anti-Wood sect laughed heartily. How could he not care? Now, the capital in his hands was pitifully small. This was the most important part of the small amount of capital, manpower. If these people all died, he would just be an empty shell. What could he use to fight against the real Shenmuism? One had to know that now he could only hide. After all, because of a small accident, he had to escape. As a result, many of his plans were not completely set up. The surrounding instruments quickly disappeared. It turned out that an absolutely empty area had been built early on. Although it seemed to be a very deep pool from above, it was not very deep. In fact, the water level was not very high. It just looked deep. A little further down was a hidden one. The huge space that couldn't be seen from above was more than enough to accommodate hundreds of people. The anti-wood sect had lived here for a long time, but this was not their only stronghold. After all, he had once been the leader of Shenmuism, although only for a year. However, the capital and wealth he had accumulated was already enormous. At that time, the sudden rebellion was beyond everyone's expectations. He took the opportunity to take away a lot of things, which became his capital to make a fortune. If he didn't have these things, it would be even more troublesome for him. It was even impossible to build such a team. Although there were many good things outside, he had never underestimated the power of Shenmuism. Wherever he appeared, many people would recognize him. Furthermore, they were constantly chasing after him. Perhaps only those extremely remote places could avoid this. I can see that your strength is not bad. You must have been tricked to come here. I know all the powerful people in the sect, but I don't know you. As you can imagine, you should have appeared recently. I just don't know if I can see your real face under the mask. Halfway through his words, he suddenly made a move to snatch it. Chinyu directly grabbed his hand and threw him out. Without his permission, no one was allowed to take off his mask. No one was allowed to do so, not to mention a small leader of the anti-wood sect. Even if Kyuki Shinran took the initiative to attack, he would never let Kyuki Shinran take off his mask. Unless he was willing to do it, they could talk things over. There was no need to use such a method to forcefully attack and make people hate him for no reason. He didn't expect Chinyu to suddenly attack and be so powerful. The leader spat out a mouthful of blood, but he went back as if nothing had happened. Even if he was seriously injured after taking some precious medicine, he would be fine after spitting out a mouthful of blood. After all, Chinyu didn't kill him. Therefore, he could still jump around and continue to talk and laugh. First of all, he has to apologize. Chinyu is a bit more powerful than he imagined. At this time, it was not convenient for him to take the initiative to attack. All he could do was quickly apologize. Then, he would try his best to get closer to him. Chinyu didn't directly attack him at this time, nor did he kill any of his subordinates. They were all seriously injured, and the most serious ones were even crippled. But as long as he didn't take anyone's life, there was room for reconciliation. The stronger Chinyu was, the happier he was. Maybe there would be a suitable person on his side. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem. Anyway, for the current him, it was good to have one more helper. It doesn't matter if I can't see your real face. Can I ask you why you want to cooperate with me? I'm sure I've never seen you before, but now you're here. If it isn't for my lack of information, then you must be from another divine realm. But I still don't understand what your purpose is. That was why he attacked, to test him. At the beginning, he didn't stand up. He wanted to see Chinyu's strength and see why Chinyu was here. But in the end, he was disappointed. He couldn't see anything. So in the end, he could only ask himself, if he could get something out of him, it would be very good. If he couldn't get anything out of him, he wouldn't be disappointed. After all, this was a normal thing, but it didn't matter if he asked. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to shut himself out. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rebelled and founded the anti-Mu sect. He brought his trusted subordinates and recruited people to slowly develop. He became a unique existence that went against Shenmuism. Qin Yu didn't say anything. Instead, he took off his mask. He didn't like people holding his things, but it was different if he did it voluntarily. It wasn't that he didn't want people to see his face, but he just wanted to avoid trouble. Naturally, he couldn't let others touch it, but he could take it off himself. The meaning of the two was different. The sect leader's attack was really a bit undeserved. Because of this, he deserved to be seriously injured. Seeing that familiar face, the sect leader suddenly understood everything. It was no wonder. If it was the first person on the wanted list, it would be very reasonable. If it were him, he wouldn't be calm either. Chapter 1007. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In the depths of the deep water cave, the two of them reached a preliminary agreement. After understanding why Qin Yu came to rebel against the Wood Sect, the sect leader calmed down a lot. Although he was a little surprised, he could understand. It was no wonder that the upstanding Wood Divine Dragon tried so hard to capture him. Perhaps he also sensed the imminent threat. You're really bold, but I have to say, you do indeed have the strength to match this courage. If only I could have acted as openly as you did back then, it would have been great. Unfortunately, I don't have your talent, so I made a big mistake. Qin, you didn't ask about the sect leader's private affairs. If the sect leader wanted to talk to him, he would talk to him. If he didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't talk about it. He had no interest in the sect leader's private affairs and difficulties. He came with only one purpose, and that was to reach a temporary agreement with the sect leader. Now, he couldn't find any trace of Kyuki Shinran, but as the former sect leader, he should have sensed something. It was impossible for the contract to be broken without dying. Once the contract was made, it would follow him through life and death. Perhaps there was a special way to reduce the pain, but it was also very difficult to resist an order. It was because of this feeling that he could make a big fuss about it. That was why he came to look for him. Although he had wasted a few days, it had saved him a lot of effort. He didn't need to spend a lot of effort to find it. Naturally, someone would help him find the Highwood Divine Dragon he was looking for. The sect leader didn't waste any more time. He directly opened many wounds on his body. The blood spread all over his body and was finally sketched out by him into a simple pattern. As he slowly sketched out the simple pattern, it became more and more complicated. There seemed to be cornices and beasts in it, but it also seemed to be just some unknown patterns. This was the most mysterious pattern in the world. Others might not be able to remember it at a glance. It was obvious that the sect leader had some ability to resist the power of the master-servant contract. He didn't know how much effort he had put in and how much he had paid. Only then could he understand these patterns by heart. However, these patterns were difficult to remember and difficult to understand. However, as long as he looked at it twice, he would understand it completely. Perhaps it really was complicated. There were countless mysteries within. However, if it was just to simply memorize it, it wouldn't take much effort. If you want to make it more complicated, he had to fully understand all the principles within. Only after comprehending the profound meaning behind it would one be able to record it down. He was able to display his absolute power. The hierarch still didn't know that he had spent 100 years to barely record the shape of the picture. Yet, it was so easily memorized by someone. Moreover, he was even pondering about comprehending the Tao within it. Otherwise, he would definitely be angered to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. In fact, people really couldn't be compared to each other. Back then, he had spent so much effort, but he only managed to remember a little bit of it. Now that what he had learned had been recorded by someone else, he really didn't know what to do. In fact, Chinyu didn't know about this. However, these patterns gave him some indescribable inspiration. It reminded him of the annihilation divine thunder in his hand. There was also the Nirvana Great Tao that he had hurriedly learned about previously. That was completely different from the entire world. If this pattern was drawn upside down, he could slowly outline it according to another method. Although it was a wrong method, it seemed to be extremely profound. He did it as soon as he thought of it. Such an epiphany was extremely rare. Chinyu didn't delay. He directly began to sketch on the ground. With his strength, he could easily leave a deep mark on the hardest ore. Not to mention that it was an ordinary stone floor. He could easily dig 3 inches into the ground. Then he sketched the pattern that he had caught a glimpse of just now. After sketching it, he didn't stop. He added a few more strokes, and the entire pattern was turned upside down. It seemed to have a destructive aura. As he injected power into it, the aura became stronger and stronger. In the end, the hierarch couldn't help but retreat immediately. He also let the immortal beast that he had raised for many years escape with his subordinates. The moment they jumped out of the water, there was a rumbling explosion in the pool. Countless fragments floated out of the water. It was extremely shocking. Slowly, it fell from the sky like a huge downpour. However, no one dared to underestimate the power of this. The hierarch was stunned. He thought of the familiar pattern that he had caught a glimpse of just now. He felt a chill in his heart. What kind of monster was this? It actually had such a powerful ability. Originally, he thought that he was already a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen to be the hierarch among the countless hierarchs who died of depression. Only he found a way to get rid of it. Although there were many sequelae, this was already an excellent method for him. But now, what did he see? He saw a young man who was more than 10,000 times more monstrous than him. This was no longer something that could be simply described as monstrous. This was a true genius. Even the heavens had to be proud of him. But why is there an aura of destruction? And it's so powerful. I'm afraid it's not inferior to the full-strength attack of a late-stage Supreme Venerable. If it weren't for the fact that Chinyu was still a little inexperienced, he had already discovered that something was wrong. Now, it was not so easy for him to escape. Even if he managed to escape, it wasn't as if he was completely unharmed. Needless to say, the injuries on his body were the most important. The most important thing was the shock in his heart. Fortunately, he also had a lot of treasures. He hurriedly swallowed some and comforted some of his subordinates. Then, he watched as Chinyu reappeared safe and sound. Chinyu had just fallen into an epiphany. When the pattern was completely outlined, he had just woken up. However, although this level of explosion had some impact on him, it couldn't do anything to him. In the end, after the explosion subsided, he came out easily. However, in the end, he still destroyed an extremely comfortable residence. At this moment, the hierarch of the Mu sect didn't dare to say anything, even if he destroyed his place and countless of his good things. He definitely couldn't say a word of no. Instead, he felt respect. The world was like this. The strong were respected. Chinyu's strength was so powerful that it made him afraid. He took the initiative to lower his head in fear and trepidation. If such a powerful person could become his help, Shenmuism shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Unlike now, he had to run around like a rat crossing the street. Take this as compensation. Chinyu casually took out an immortal flower fruit that could greatly increase Senzen's strength, although this thing had some effect on him. But now he needed an opportunity to break through more than a treasure. Chapter 1008. The immortal flower fruit. It was actually something as good as the immortal flower fruit kingdom. He had never seen it before. He had only heard of it before. It was not that it had never appeared before, but this was something good that he could not obtain, not to mention that he was just a puppet under someone else's hand before. Even if he was separated now, he could not obtain such a good thing at all. His life was already stretched thin, and he had to live a tight life every day. He did not dare to ask for such a good thing at all. Even though he usually had many good things, he could not help but be surprised when he saw these. In the end, it turned into relief. If one were to say that Chinyu had that many good things in his possession, then it would not be that surprising. Someone who could be targeted by Kyuki Shinran was probably not a simple person, but he did not have the courage to accept such a valuable thing. If it was before, he might have been able to muster up the courage, but such a valuable thing made him even more certain that Chinyu was definitely not someone with a simple background. If he wanted to build a good relationship with him, he definitely could not accept this gift. If he really accepted it, the situation he would face would not be so simple. Whether it was to build a good relationship with Chinyu or for long-term development in the future, he was not willing to accept these things. He only smiled and returned it, but his heart was bleeding. After all, there were so many good things that even he could not help but want to take them in his hands. Unfortunately, these things were not destined to be his. If Chinyu insisted on giving them to him, he would have to decisively refuse. After all, compared to such good treasures, he still wanted long-term freedom. When he had power in the future, it was not completely impossible for him to get these things. Thinking of this, his mood improved a lot. Chinyu did not intend to force him. Seeing that he really did not want it, he took it back. He was also very clear about his thoughts. He just wanted to get a bigger profit from it. So he was a little reluctant to give up these things, but in the end, he still refused. The more he refused, the more it meant that he wanted more things. But Chinyu did not care too much. No matter how good the things were, they were meaningless to him. No matter how big his ambition was, it couldn't be bigger. Chinyu only had one goal in mind. As for the others, he did not care about them at all. After a few conversations, he understood that this person was a smart person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rejected such a big treasure so directly. One had to know that the magnificent immortal fruit was the most suitable treasure for him. There was nothing more suitable for him than this. It could not only reduce the pressure on him, but also increase his strength. Most importantly, it would be of great help to his future plans. But now, he was able to reject all of them so straightforwardly. It had already shown that he was an absolutely intelligent person. All of this was extremely useful to him. However, he was still able to figure out which was more important. With a forced smile, Master Fanmu brought them to another station. Such a huge commotion had completely destroyed the place. There was nowhere to go. Moreover, such a big commotion would attract a group of people very quickly. The uniqueness of the rankings was also visible to the naked eye. Every face that appeared on the leaderboard would be remembered. The higher one was on the leaderboard, the more clearly they would be remembered. No one could explain the principle behind it, but it was also a manifestation of strength. Most importantly, this was a problem for them. This was especially true for Anti-Wood Sect Master. He absolutely did not want to get himself into so much trouble for no reason, even if he wanted to make a move now, and could not wait to improve his current situation. However, he would definitely not seek his own death by foolishly waiting here to be caught. At the moment, he did not have the strength or the courage. Therefore, he did not have the courage to do it. Actually, you don't have to care so much. After all of this is not completely without a solution. If it were up to me, you don't have to be so hypocritical and haggle with your confidants every day. If you have any dissatisfaction, just start making arrangements. How can you only think about it, but not dare to do it all day like you? Master Fanmu still wanted to say something, but he suddenly thought of the huge commotion just now. For a moment, he could not say anything. If he had such great strength, why would he care about such a small matter? However, the problem was that he did not have such great strength. This was the reason why he chose to lie low. However, he did not know how to say this to someone who was already very powerful. What Chinyu said did not sound like arrogance at all. Instead, it was confidence. He had the capital and the ability, so why couldn't he do such a thing? In a situation where he had the strength, he did not understand why Master Fanmu was willing to lie low. Why did he not rise up and completely destroy all of this beautiful illusion? It's not that easy, but I think that with your help, this matter can be raised. But after all, it's still a bit troublesome. Why don't we discuss it more? Of course, if you have absolute confidence and certainty, then I will definitely support you unconditionally. After all, you and I are already in the same boat. Fanmu's words were, in fact, meant to probe. He wanted to know whether or not Chinyu had absolute certainty in winning. If he did not, then he would have to make other plans. If he had absolute confidence, then he would have to consider what he should do. At least for now, he was still very anxious. Even if it was a gamble, it did not seem impossible. As long as he did not lose all of his people in one go, even if he had to take the risk, he was very willing. The other confidants did not know what they talked about. However, they could clearly feel the power of that explosion. Because Master Fanmu did not say anything. If there was such a powerful expert, then would he really be able to help them achieve this goal? However, there was one person who was somewhat unwilling. Originally, he was one of Master Fanmu's most trusted confidants. Normally, he was also very capable, so he was very valued. But now, he was feeling a little unwilling, because his younger brother had been seriously injured before. His younger brother was originally a guard outside. That was a relatively easy task that could be easily taken seriously. However, his younger brother was now a cripple, and the person who did it was Chinyu, who was happily chatting with Master Fanmu. How could he be willing? Not to mention that he was willing to smile at the back. He could not help but want to do it. It just so happened that he was very familiar with the place he was going to later. Chapter 1009. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Master Fanmu led the people into the splendid hall. He did not notice that his trusted subordinates, whom he had trained in the dark, had begun to do something. If he had noticed, he would have been furious. He would have killed them on the spot to prevent any future trouble, but he did not notice. Chinyu paused for a moment and smeared some special powder on the seat he was going to sit on. It had a very special smell. It was hard to tell if one smelled it carefully, but special smells like this often had their own meaning. It was not easy to be identified, but there might be some existence that was extremely sensitive to this smell. Someone was going to attack him secretly. Unfortunately, this method could not be considered to be very brilliant. Chinyu directly sat on that seat, even if someone wanted to attack him. So what? As long as one had the strength, all the schemes were just for show. But facing Master Fanmu, he still gave a few words of advice. Your internal people are not very well behaved. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Master Fanmu's expression changed slightly. Soon, he realized that there must be some idiot who dared to do something. Just now, he had forgotten to give the order for everyone to behave themselves. Usually, when some people had their own ideas, he would turn a blind eye. After all, he was really short of manpower, and not everyone was worthy of his attention. Therefore, He had always turned a blind eye to these people who were useful to him. Although these people had their own ideas, he was still able to suppress them. Usually there were no major events, so these people would not ruin his plans. But now, he knew that no one in this world could be underestimated. Sometimes those insignificant people could also ruin his chess game. They might even ruin his plans. If he was not vigilant now, he would be the one who would be ruined later. That was definitely not a good sign. A group of people who could not accomplish anything but were good at spoiling things. Fan Mu Jiaozhu's face turned green and purple, changing again and again. He did not immediately take action to find that rat shit. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling sound, as if the ground had cracked. Indistinct roars could be heard from outside, causing anti-Wood sect leader's expression to change greatly. In order to hide and not be found, the stronghold here was an extremely dangerous existence. But he had absolute confidence. As long as their people did not take the initiative to provoke the terrifying existence next to him, that bastard wouldn't have come here so easily. This happened to be a boundary, but for those who did not take the trouble to understand it, this boundary was a bit vague, so they did not dare to come over. It was just enough to cover for them, but now he did not want these people to cover for him. They were simply a group of people who were not good at city. Who was it that was so stupid to provoke such a powerful threat? If this matter was not handled properly, everyone was going to die here, even if he could retreat by then. But the damage to the entire anti-Wood cult would be too great. When the time came, the losses would be disastrous. Who would be able to bear these losses for him? Qin Yu felt that faintly discernible pressure. He understood in his heart. Sure enough, as he expected, that special powder could indeed attract some powerful existences. However, such a method could not be considered to be very clever. If one investigated with a little effort, they would definitely be able to find out who did it. He did not know if it was really too stupid, or if it was because they had absolute confidence in themselves. They thought that they would never be discovered, and that they could escape unscathed. They actually chose to use such a method, as if they were afraid that others would not be able to find out. Of course, it was also possible that they were emboldened. Qin Yu was in the mood to watch a good show, waiting for Master Fan Mu to deal with it. At present, the cooperation between the two sides had just begun. Neither side had fully shown their sincerity, so it was up to the other side to choose. Choose to protect his subordinates or choose to continue this deal. He was not sure about this matter, but it could let him decide whether to continue this deal. He did not need the help of others. It was just that he and Shualan would be a little troublesome. But as long as he could find the current sect leader of Shenmuism, it was not difficult to find traces of Shunran. Now he came to find the former sect leader because it was more interesting to find the former sect leader than the current one. Now, at this juncture, it was up to the other side to choose. After all, this matter happened because of me. I will be responsible for it to the end. But he did not say whether he should deal with the person immediately. At present, he still needed to weigh the pros and cons. He could choose to betray Shenmuism in advance for his brother. It could be imagined that he was not an ungrateful person who abandoned his brother. Since he valued relationships, he wanted to confirm who was the one who did this. If it was really the person he thought it was, he would inevitably be a little disappointed. But it was still necessary to protect it. Even if this matter was very troublesome for him, he did not want to do any of it. But in the end, he still had to make a relatively balanced choice. Only when the two sides were balanced could he breathe a sigh of relief. After saying these words, Master Fan Mu took the initiative to stand out and solve this matter himself. However, when they walked out together, his face was still slightly green. That guy actually came. The one living next to him was not an immortal beast, but a famous ferocious beast. The giant snake had a total of 9 heads and an extremely large body, coupled with the power of the venom. Its overall strength was extremely difficult to deal with, not to mention that its cultivation was already close to Senzin's realm. Coupled with the venom, it was almost always successful. Even if a few of its heads were chopped off, it could still go back alive. Not long after, it would grow back and come back for revenge. One had to know that this beast was extremely vengeful and had a very good memory. If there was no way out this time, it would definitely remember you for the rest of your life after being beaten to death. It would even take the initiative to find you. At that time, the entire base here would be completely destroyed. Originally, he had already destroyed a base that had been built for a long time. Now, if he destroyed another one, he would definitely vomit blood from the heartache. Not to mention that not long ago, he was injured by Chinyu. Even if he took a lot of medicine after that and barely managed to control his injuries. But now, his strength was still reduced. If he went up against this beast, he really did not have absolute confidence in winning. Seeing the strength of that beast, Master Fanmu could not help but once again curse the culprit of all this. Who was it that was so stupid to cause so much trouble for him? Chapter 1010. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Hydra was very powerful, and it had a powerful poison which made people fearful. Even the most powerful person would have no choice but to avoid the sharp edge. But now, Master Fanmu had no choice but to face it head-on. Otherwise, the loss he would suffer was not something he could afford. His strength was, at most, on par with this beast. If he wanted to kill it in one fell swoop, this was basically an impossible task. But now he had no choice. He could only bite the bullet. As for whether he could kill it or not, it was up to the heavens. Even he himself knew that this matter was hanging by a thread. As soon as he made his move, he was forced to use his trump card. But in the end, it was only a draw. Although the Hydra suffered some damage, it was compared to the price he paid. It could only be said that it was about the same. Just as he was about to be attacked by the poison, Master Fanmu closed his eyes in despair. But Chinyu suddenly appeared and blocked all of it. You're not strong enough, stand at the back. If every generation's sect leader only has strength like yours, I'm a little disappointed. Master Fanmu was a little unwilling. His strength was already considered to be very good. Not to mention, he thought that he was the best and had outstanding talent. But when he saw Chinyu fighting the Hydra with ease, he couldn't help but be a little speechless. If he were to be compared to Chinyu, it would seem that he was truly quite disappointing. But with such a powerful Chinyu, was it really necessary to cooperate with him? And it wasn't him who begged Chinyu to help him? The Hydra showed a hint of seriousness. It knew how much strength it had used just now. However, the human who appeared out of nowhere blocked it with ease. And it didn't seem to be forced at all. That was its poison. As long as it came into contact with a little bit, it would instantly kill. When it died, it would suffer the pain of thousands of arrows piercing through the heart. But Chinyu dealt with it so easily, so much so that it had some doubts. Was its venom really that useless? To the extent that it could be so easily destroyed. The Hydra was eager to have a battle, to use blood to prove its strength. So it didn't show any mercy. And it also felt from Chinyu an aura that made it go crazy. Every pair of eyes turned completely red. It looked extremely terrifying and frightening. However, Chinyu knew that it was likely that the smell had some effect. But so, what if it went crazy? It was going to die sooner or later. So it didn't matter why it was dying. Dealing with this little snake wasn't very. If he really wanted to deal with it, just when he was about to cut the snake's head, suddenly his clone, That clone, that clone, that clone, that clone that had not made any moves. There seemed to be waves of emotions that wanted to devour the Hydra completely, it made translation as it. As for such thoughts, make translation his translation on translation, to translation. To every time translation, to every translation, but at least it was convenient to use on a daily basis. As for the Hydra, since it was going to die sooner or later, it was not a bad idea to take advantage of the last moment to display some value. So easily, the fate of Hydra has been determined. As soon as the clone appeared, Master Fanmu couldn't help but slowly retreat. His eyes were filled with bewilderment. With such strength, he was sure that it was above his own. Furthermore, it was a dragon. If it was a dragon, it meant that it had a much greater advantage than them. The dragon race had always been favored by the heavens, except for the fact that it was more difficult for them to produce offspring. There were almost no flaws. Every single one of them was gifted. And this dragon that suddenly appeared obviously possessed extremely high strength. Even he felt apprehensive, but one could imagine that this person was at least at the late stage of Senzen's cultivation. However, he vaguely felt that this dragon's strength was higher than he had imagined. But Senzen's strength was at the late stage. What was the realm beyond that? What was his cultivation? That was already a true god. It was almost on par with Shinran. Shinran didn't have much of an advantage over a true god. Some time ago, the news that someone suddenly broke through to become a true god had already caused a lot of noise. Many people were envious, including him, who had been at the middle stage of Senzen's cultivation and hadn't broken through. But for more powerhouses, this was proof that they could break through to become a true god. One could imagine how powerful the true god realm was. Many powerhouses didn't dare to make a move, and even some who had reached the late stage didn't dare to break through. And there were many old monsters like this, who couldn't make it through their lifespan and died in the end. In comparison, Master Fanmu wasn't so eye-catching. He was just one of the countless powerhouses. With the clone, the Hydra had almost no ability to fight back. Its most powerful means were its strangulation ability, its venom, and its 9-headed characteristics. The former was a means of attack, and only the latter was the reason why it had been able to survive until now. The latter allowed it to survive even after being hurt. Even if its head was chopped off, a new head would naturally grow after a while. With such an ability, it rarely had to worry about whether it would die one day. But now it didn't seem so confident. Under the power of such a powerhouse, it couldn't even muster up the will to resist. All it could do was constantly growl threateningly. He wanted to retreat slowly and return to his base in a flash, even if it had to give up this land and go to a more dangerous place. It was much better than staying here to die. Since it had been targeted, how could Xinyu let it leave so easily? Naturally, he didn't hesitate to detain it and kill it on the spot. The Hydra didn't even have a chance to react. It was easily swallowed into the stomach of Qinyu's clone. Then the clone was out of control for a moment. Qinyu felt it in his heart. Just now, it seemed that a certain will had seized control of the body with him. If there was such a day, he would definitely get rid of this danger with his own hands. But that was only for a moment. And then he felt that the clone's strength seemed to be stronger. The energy needed was also less. It seemed that the Hydra itself was an extremely powerful energy source, but he would never forget the scene of the clone being out of his control for a moment. That meant that something had gone beyond his plan. But things weren't completely out of his control. It was still within his control, and it wouldn't go too far for the time being. Chapter 10:11. since it had been refined into a clone by him. Don't even think about going back on your word. It didn't matter if it was a remnant will from the past. It didn't matter if it was a new will that was born later. Since it had appeared, it had to be under his control. Otherwise, he would personally erase it. Things that belonged to him could never be out of his control. In the eyes of the spectators, Qin Yu was completely unperturbed, especially Master Fanmu, who had re-evaluated the strength of both sides. Therefore, he was very clear. If it had been him just now, he definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. As long as Qin Yu wanted to, he could be killed at any time. And there was absolutely no room for defense. He felt a chill in his heart. If that was the case, then he would have to reconsider the strength of both sides. Now, he had no room for choice. Since cooperation was extremely beneficial to him, why should he refuse? It was better to agree now, as long as the two sides were evenly matched. As for the person who had caused all this trouble, he had to find an excuse to severely punish him. For something like this, if there was a first time, there could be a second time. His authority as the sect master could not be challenged. If it had been before, it would have been fine. But this concerned his own life, and the lives of his brothers. Even if it was the person he wanted, he had to punish him. As for whether he would take his life, that would depend on Qin Yu's decision. If possible, he still wanted to keep that person alive. Even if he became a cripple, at least he would be able to live a more comfortable life. If he died, then there would be nothing left. It was even possible that no one would remember his name. After weighing the pros and cons, he didn't even think twice before calling out all the people he trusted who could handle this matter. One of them was usually in charge of this place. But although he knew a lot about this place, it wasn't as if he had never been there before. In particular, he had one of the most suspicious places, which was among the people who had been crippled. His younger brother was among them. This was also why Master Fanmu was sure that it could be him without thinking. Tell me honestly, did you do this? If you did this, you have to apologize now. If not, you have to give me a proper reason. You know what I'm capable of. If I'm sure it's you and you've lied to me, I won't let you off. The battlefield was a little far from here, so Gu Nen did not directly admit it. That was because he simply did not know how powerful Qin Yu was. Naturally, he didn't take this matter to heart. He had always maintained the attitude that he needed something. He just couldn't understand why Master Fanmu treated this person so well. His attitude could even be said to be respectful, coupled with his younger brother's problem. His heart was filled with resentment. He blamed Master Fanmu for not being able to see through people. Master Fanmu didn't say anything. He used his own guess to directly say that he was the one who did it. However, the suspicion in his heart had already been buried. Finally, he interrogated the rest of the people harshly. They were all united. Naturally, they wouldn't easily betray the brothers who had fought side by side with them. In the end, Qin Yu looked at Master Fanmu with a faint smile. It seemed that no one present had really done anything wrong, but someone had indeed done it. Who had done it? There was no conclusion at the moment. Without evidence, he couldn't wrongly kill 1,000 people. These people were all experts who had accompanied him all the way here. They had deep feelings for him, if it was just for some simple reason. In the end, they were all wrongly killed one by one. No matter how powerful Master Fanmu was, no matter how much he valued relationships, and even if they were convincing, he would definitely not continue to maintain this team, because it was obvious that no one would take him seriously anymore. As long as you speak honestly and admit it honestly, I won't easily do anything to you. Even now, he didn't dare to use any overly forceful methods. But his tone was a little stricter. They were all brothers who had been through this together. Even if it was a little stricter, they had nothing to fear. After all, they had been through this together. Compared to these brothers, outsiders were just outsiders. Chinyu watched from the side. He had been silent the whole time, but everyone could feel that a storm was coming. Especially Master Fanmu, who couldn't wait to find the person who had done such a thing immediately. He even had some resentment in his heart. If that person hadn't done such a stupid thing, everything would be very simple now. But now, things were a little troublesome. If he couldn't find the person, it seemed to mean that he was covering up for his men. But if that was the case, he couldn't have a good relationship with the people with human rights. If he couldn't have a good relationship with Chinyu, not to mention whether his life would be in danger, his plan would be completely ruined. At that time, the loss would be great. After weighing the pros and cons, he knew what to do and what not to do. His heart was clear because he knew what to do, and his tone was even stricter. Chinyu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "There's no evidence now, so we're rejecting each other. But you said that we need a witness. Isn't there something called physical evidence in this world?" He didn't know whether he really wanted to protect his brothers or not, or whether he really didn't think of this. In short, from the beginning to the end, Master Fanmu didn't seem to have thought of using physical evidence. Instead, he looked like he was in a difficult position, as if he was stuck in the middle. But as long as he wanted to find real evidence, it wasn't as difficult as he imagined. As long as he was willing to find evidence, it was actually very simple. But most importantly, he wasn't willing and didn't think of this. Now that Chinyu had pointed it out, there was no way for him to quibble no matter what. In the end, with the physical evidence as proof, Gu Nen still ended up in a miserable state. As long as Master Fanmu didn't want to die, he had to accept all the conditions put forward by Chinyu. Even if he were to attack his own brothers, it would still be much better than leading a group of brothers to suffer losses. Now that they had come to this point, he didn't want to fall short. Therefore, after apologizing, he personally crippled that person. But because of selfishness, he still spared his brother's life. Now Chinyu finally knows why he has been unable to accomplish anything. It was because he was indecisive, because he wasn't decisive enough, and he wasn't cruel enough. So everything was inferior to others. How could he achieve real success and achieve his goal like this? Chapter 10:12. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. There is no need for Chinyu to care too much about a cripple. In a short period of time, Shenmuism suffered a huge blow. There were always some people chasing them and attacking them, causing a huge commotion. But they knew who those people were, but they couldn't find them, because they were from the Anti-Mu sect. Compared to them, the Anti-Mu sect was more powerful. Among the venerables, Duanzun smiled. Chinyu didn't complete the mission. This didn't mean that he was in a lot of danger. The reason why he made a move was because he cared about his reputation. The group of troublesome fellows that he couldn't deal with before was defeated so easily. If this person took away his position as a venerable, he would be even more embarrassed, whether it was for his reputation or for the sake of not having another opponent in the future. He could only swallow his anger and find a chance to get rid of this person. That person's strength was good. He asked him to encircle and attack the Anti-Mu sect for his own good. Even if someone saw through his thoughts, they wouldn't say anything to him. After all, compared to a nameless expert, they were more familiar with each other. Some people could tell who was right and who was wrong. Now is the time when we're short of manpower. The things you did, forget it. Since it's already like this, it's not convenient for me to mention it. Just tell me if you did it or not. Of course, Duanzun knew what he was referring to. Although he hadn't said it out loud yet, he had a guilty conscience. Naturally, he remembered this matter clearly, but he didn't want to answer, so he was a little vague. In the end, under the sect master's stern gaze, he nodded and admitted it. Master Qin's eyes flashed with a strange light. Before Duan Zun could shout to attract more people, he was already beheaded the moment Qin Yu appeared. He took his life without giving him a chance to speak. He didn't ask him why. Now that he knew this person was behind it, he naturally wouldn't leave him with a trace of life. It was actually a better choice for him to get rid of the person directly. For everyone, they didn't have that much time right now. There was no need to spend so much on this person. Master Qin looked at the person in front of him and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't think he could do such a thing, but he finally thought of what he had to do. He could only temporarily put down the defenses in his heart. In the face of such an expert, he couldn't even muster up the will to resist. Since things had already come to this, they could only continue. Regardless of whether he was right or wrong, there was no room for regret. Between the two, he chose to oppose the wood cult. If he was not a Shenmuism, then Shenron would not tolerate him. He was willing to join the anti-wood sect. It was also because he was unwilling to be under someone else's control. Chuki, Shenron treated them all as playthings that he could summon and dismiss at his whim. It wasn't as if he didn't know. It was precisely because he was very clear in his heart that he felt very uncomfortable. As a result, he couldn't help but occasionally have some thoughts. Should he resist? Should he be like the previous sect master and directly break away? Although he wouldn't have a huge amount of resources, there would be no threat above him. But he had never been able to find a way to break away. The master-servant contract was there. As long as it was not restrained, he could only be a small toy in the hands of others. No one could save him, and no one could change his fate. Until this time, Master Fan Mu came back to find him and told him some tricks. Moreover, he had paid a considerable price to temporarily break away from the master-servant contract. To him, this was already very good. When the time came, as long as he succeeded, would he be afraid of not being able to obtain freedom? Even if it was very risky, as the sect master, he was not one of those sect members who only knew how to worship. He was also not one of those naive, ordinary people who thought that the world was very peaceful. Now that you're all here, come with me immediately. I have something here that can urgently summon Shenron. I don't know why you're doing this, but it's very dangerous. How could Master Fan Mu not know how dangerous this matter was? But since he had already chosen to cooperate with Qin Yu, he had to consider his partner's feelings. He had to do this thing, and he had to do it well. Do it perfectly. But he was not willing to take the risk. So he had already told Qin Yu long ago that when he saw Shenron, he must take his people and retreat. He would never appear in front of Shenron. When the time came, Qin Yu would face it himself. He didn't want to see his former master again. That was an extremely bad choice for him. Only Shualan stood beside Qin Yu without a change in expression. Their expressions seemed to be of the same origin, but in comparison, Shualan was colder. She only talked and laughed with Qin Yu, but to the others, there was nothing but coldness. If you're afraid, just retreat. It's best to retreat far away until you think there's no danger. A trace of contempt rose in Shualan's heart. Sure enough, there was only one Qin Yu in the world. The others more or less had a lot of bad habits. No wonder they were so timid and afraid of trouble. No wonder their achievements were mediocre. They were stuck in a realm and could not move forward. Qin Yu could understand. After all, there were many geniuses in the world, but there were very few people who were willing to fight and not afraid of danger. Although this was human nature. However, it was because of human nature that these powerhouses appeared to be essentially the same as ordinary people. They were not so maverick. Master Qin did not dare to answer. He could only immediately start the emergency summon. Only the hierarch had the right to summon Shenron. Of course, he had to pay a big price. In the end, he was almost drained of all his strength. Only then did he barely get a response. When Qi Shenron arrived, he saw a familiar person. After that, he looked at his former subordinate, who had betrayed his former sect master. And the current Master Qin. How could he not understand what had happened? Sure enough, one day you still have your eyes on me. Although I don't know what ability you have to make the two great Shenron bow to you. But if you want me to bow to you, you have to show me your strength. Do you have the confidence to pass my test? Qi Shenron said this, but there was a very obvious murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 10:13. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the so-called test, was just an excuse for him to force people into a dead end. Qi Shenron had never wanted to submit to anyone. Now, he controlled this part of the God realm. Some people had to listen to his orders. How could he give up such a good life and become someone else's slave? There were many people who had signed a master-servant contract with him and became his slaves. It was not just one or two people. So, Qi Shenron had a deep understanding of contracts. If a contract was really signed, even if it was a contract that looked very equal, he would have to do a lot for it. If he accidentally signed a real slave contract, he would not be able to escape. Even his life and death would be in someone else's hands. There might be a way to temporarily escape the power of the contract, but it would be temporary, and he would have to endure great pain and pay a great price. One had to know that the power of the contract was based on lifespan. The stronger he was, the more powerful the master-servant contract would be. It would be more difficult to escape. In addition, to escape, one would have to be extremely talented and have very special abilities. Even if some people were favored by the heavens, they might not be able to accomplish anything in this matter. Qi Shenron had no confidence in his own talent. Even if he was Shenron, he might not necessarily be able to do anything in this area. So, from the beginning to the end, he had planned to get rid of Qin Yu. How could Qin Yu not see that murderous intent? If he really accepted it, it would probably be a dead end. But now he had extremely powerful power in his hands. Could it be that the strength of two divine dragons was not enough to suppress one divine dragon? With his current strength, the other party had no right to negotiate with him. That's a good idea. If I were you, I would definitely not be willing to submit to others like this. But you don't have the right to refuse, and you don't have the ability to kill me. 2 generations of Shenmuism's sect masters. They had long regarded Qi Shenron as a supreme existence, even if they were extremely wary and terrified in their hearts. At the same time, they rarely showed their fear in front of others, and even rarely felt it. In their hearts, Qi Shenron was an invincible existence. But now, there was a person who said that Shenron had no right to refuse him. He didn't have the ability to kill him either. If it were anyone else, they would have already burst into laughter. Then, thinking about themselves, they would have despaired. But the person who spoke was Qin Yu. This was a person who had given him a different feeling from the very beginning. Could it be that he was so powerful that even the dragon god could not defeat him? At first, it sounded ridiculous. However, just as the absurdity of the situation arose in their hearts, he could clearly see that Qi Shenron didn't refute him. The two of them already knew what this meant. It was just that he didn't want to believe it, nor did he want to admit it. The mighty Shenron was actually afraid of one person, and even thought that he could not defeat him. The relationship between Sara Shenron and Qi Shenron was pretty good. The two dragons had always been friends. Even after the 9 great Shinran broke off, each doing their own thing and not interfering with each other, they also had some contact and occasionally communicated alone. Although there weren't many times like this compared to other people, it was still better. They still had a pretty good relationship. This time, without being summoned by Chinyu, he came out on his own to solve this matter. Later, Shunran suddenly appeared, and this divine dragon's entire body was faintly green. At first glance, it was somewhat similar to Kyuki Shunran. They were somewhat similar when they were born, so their relationship was much deeper than that of others. Until now, they had become antagonistic to each other. Perhaps Shunran just couldn't get together, but whenever they did, there would always be disputes. Even the 2 mystical dragons, who had the best relationship with each other, were now standing on opposite sides. Bow your head and submit. You should know that Xiao Shui and I are on his side. Although we signed an equal treaty, as long as it's not too much, I'll stand on his side and help him. With your strength, you have no chance of winning against the 2 of us. Kyuki Shinran was originally green all over. The edge of the scales faintly glowed with a hint of golden light, looking incomparably noble. At this moment, he was glaring angrily, and there was a hint of majesty. Shut up! I will never be on the same side as you. Shenron's dignity has been lost by you. It's impossible for me to take the initiative to submit. Sora, Shenron couldn't help but sigh. He didn't know when it started. This best brother who grew up together with him had become what he was today. Arrogant and conceited, it made him feel uncomfortable. But it was also because of this that he completely made up his mind. Kanshui Shinran and Kyuki Shenron's relationship could only be said to be good. Compared to the other Shinran dragons, it was naturally much better. But their friendship wasn't very deep. He could even drag Sora, Shinran, down with him. At this moment, he was just dragging Kyuki Shinran down with him. He couldn't be the only one who was forced to bow his head. He had to drag a lot of Shinran down with him. He wasn't so maverick, and he wouldn't completely lose face. Kyuki Shinran stubbornly refused to bow his head under the somewhat numb gazes of the 2 generations of sect masters. In their eyes, the absolute expert who was almost invincible, the one and only powerful existence in this world. His face was bruised and swollen. The sudden appearance of the 2 Shinran dragons also relieved some of the pressure on them. After all, the former surprised them more. The latter was just icing on the cake, and it made the former more natural. After being beaten to the point of being on the verge of death, everything was out of Kyuki Shenron's control. However, you didn't directly take advantage of the situation. Instead, he stood behind and asked Kyuki Shinran again if he was willing to submit. If you change your mind now, you can avoid all the pain. Kyuki Shinran used the last of his strength and raised his head, which had always been arrogant and noble. But not long after, Kanshui Shinran pressed him down. He could only gnash his teeth and press his face to the ground to speak. Do you think I still have a chance to change my mind now? Even if I change my mind, the result of the matter won't change. Why should I lose my last dignity? Perhaps it was because he had been high and mighty for a long time. He had always been regarded as an omnipotent, peerless existence. His arrogance grew stronger and stronger. Even at this moment, when he was powerless to resist, he would never lower his head. Kanshui Shinran was ready to directly draw a drop of his essence blood. But at this last moment, Chinyu suddenly stopped him. He took one last look at Kyuki Shinran, who still maintained his dignity, and turned to leave. Chapter 10:14. He hoped that he would be able to maintain this original intention in the future. In the future, I want you to be convinced. When we meet again, I want you to kneel down and cry, begging me to take you in as my subordinate. Kyuki Shenron's expression, which had eased a little, tensed up again. What made him despair was that he vaguely felt that this would really come true in the future. At his level, the faint feeling in his heart would most likely come true, although it was a little vague, even this vague feeling. It was enough to shatter his arrogance. Kneel down and cry, beg and shout, and take the initiative to become a slave? No, he absolutely did not want to fall to that point, but he had already disappeared. His trip to the Wood Realm was thus interrupted, but when he was ready, he would reappear. At that time, this trip to the Wood Realm would come to a perfect end. He never forced others to do things, so even if he had the strength, he did not force Kyuki Shenron, who was unwilling to become his subordinate. After leaving, legends about him quickly left in the Wood Realm. However, very few people dared to mention these words. After all, it was related to Shenron. Even if it was just some groundless rumors, no one dared to mention it easily. Moreover, this matter could be said to be reasonable and well-founded. If it was true and Shenron found out, all of them would die a horrible death. The only two people who were present and watched the entire process from afar did not dare to say anything. They could only learn from the tortoise. After that, Shenron did not have any intention of finding trouble with them. He left the two of them alive and went somewhere unknown. Even the surveillance of Shenmuism was not as strict as before. Even if someone vaguely mentioned this matter, Kyuki Shenron did not have any intention of appearing. It was as if he really did not take this matter to heart. It was as if because of other things, he could not take these trivial matters to heart. But no matter what, the two generations of sect masters had escaped their original fate. This could not be better for them. It was just that. After that, they would have to face a lot of trouble. The Gold Realm was a rather special place. Everyone in the Gold Realm was extremely tall and strong. Not only were they tall, but their strength was also outstanding. Both men and women were tall and strong, with a strong physique as the basis for beauty. His strength was also extremely high, and he didn't praise the floating immortal chi and standing aloof from the world. Instead, one could see collisions of strength everywhere. This was the best place to display one's strength. It was also the place where the strong could be free and unfettered. Of course, in the eyes of those in the immortal world, they would feel incomparably disdainful. But this was the difference between the two. The most common place in the metal realm was the arena. There were many arenas like this one, almost everywhere. The rules were also very simple. Anyone who entered the arena would face many dangers. Some of these opponents were ferocious beasts from various places. There were even some who wreaked havoc in the surroundings. After they were captured alive, they would be sent to the various arenas to become the capital for duels. And the people standing outside the arena could spend a lot of money to guess and bet on who would win. Would the humans or these powerful beasts win? Of course, this wasn't just a place for entertainment. It was also a place that could raise one's reputation. It was even a place that could be used to train himself. There weren't many battles anywhere, and this place was the best. Those who fought in the arena wouldn't die easily. The worst result was that they would become a cripple. However, there were relatively few examples of them becoming cripples. Therefore, most people would come here if they wanted to improve their strength. Some of them who had won many battles or had outstanding battle records would be regarded as strong. They would be sought after by countless people. Of course, this kind of reputation was also extremely fragile. Once they lost a battle, they would break their legend of being undefeated. They would be abandoned like trash by everyone. What everyone wanted to see was a peerless powerhouse who was invincible. They didn't want to see a powerhouse who was once high and mighty being defeated. They might even be reduced to food for some ferocious existences. Akira Kaneko was such a person. He was the strongest among all of them. Ever since he entered the arena, he had fought more than 100 battles, but he had never lost. Countless people would bet on when he would lose, but these people all returned with a crushing defeat without exception. On the contrary, those who bet that he would always win. As a result, they made a lot of money. Although money was a small matter and strength was the most important, it was still a pastime. For everyone, the powerful Akira Kaneko was the focus of their attention. Many people had lost a lot of money on him, and many people wanted to make use of his crushing defeat to become rich. After all, if those who bet that he would suffer a crushing defeat came true, that would be many times or even dozens of times more profit. Not to mention the money that he had invested. It would be easy for him to not be poor for the rest of his life. That was a massive amount of wealth, so there were even more people who wanted to make a move against him. However, whether it was a rising star or a legend who had never lost like him, when facing him, without exception, they all returned with a crushing defeat. But today, he was facing an extremely terrifying threat. It was the murderer who had caused chaos in Linzhou and hurt many people. It had eaten many powerhouses in one go, making him feel quite fearful. Moreover, this bastard had sharp ears and eyes, and it was also very agile and cunning. Even if he personally acted, he wasn't completely confident that he could win. Go. Why are you being so timid? Are you a coward? Don't just stand there and look around. Have you forgotten what is the most important thing for you? This Tianyuan beast has eaten so many powerhouses. This time, I bet that he will lose. I have already placed a bet of tens of millions. Don't disappoint me. If you lose, I will strangle you to death with my own hands. The crowd was very excited. It seemed like every battle was like this. However, only a real battle could attract so much attention. Akira Kaneko's reputation was enough for them to take seriously. Plus, this Tianyuan beast had caused quite a commotion a while ago. Now that this battle had been publicized, it had attracted most people's attention. There were no empty seats. Many people had even gathered outside to find out the result. Neither the rich nor the noble could get a seat. It was obvious that no matter what the result of this battle was, there would be a group of people who didn't care about their image at all. As soon as the Tianyuan beast was released, it kept breathing and was ready to attack. Akira Kaneko was sweating profusely. Just as he was acting arrogantly, two silhouettes appeared between him and the beast. Chapter 10:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As soon as he arrived, he could feel how lively the atmosphere was. In the past, whenever he landed, he would appear in places where there were very few people. However, this place was different. Many large arenas had been built in remote places, and now the piece of land that Chinyu was standing on was coincidentally the center of the arena. Moreover, he had appeared under the eyes of tens of thousands of people. After a short silence, many people in the crowd started cursing. They had been nervous for such a long time, and now that they finally saw the battle, they could finally start. However, there was an extra person. What was going on? As soon as Chinyu appeared, he noticed that the atmosphere was very different. Unlike before, this place seemed to be more lively. He saw that there were people everywhere, and that there was something interesting waiting to happen. A man and a beast with an extremely powerful aura. Chinyu did not think too much, and was ready to take a step back. After all, he had just arrived. This was just an accident. However, the heavenly Yuan beast that was released was ready to attack. It was unwilling to let go of the two people who suddenly appeared. It could sense Chinyu's aura. It was very powerful. However, it was already crazy. the more powerful the person was, the more nourishing it would be, especially since Qin Yu's body still carried an extremely dense dragon aura. It was even more tempting. If it could devour Qin Yu, its strength would definitely increase greatly. Then, it might be able to escape from this place. The heavenly Yuan beast loved flesh and blood to nourish itself. However, it was now locked in this place. Occasionally, it would take a bite of flesh, but it would be stopped in a hurry. It could not take it anymore. It would not let go of even the slightest hope. The heavenly Yuan beast suddenly attacked. It was targeting the man who suddenly appeared between the man and woman. Although many people were surprised, they still shouted enthusiastically to continue. After all, the final battle had to continue. What they wanted to see was an extremely bloody scene. No matter who was killed, it didn't matter. Fresh blood could be used as the last flame to ignite this battle. It was fresh and bright. Bite him to death. Bite them to death. What are you waiting for? Don't tell me you don't even know the rules. Akira Kaneko, what are you standing there for? Don't forget that this is your battle. Many people in the crowd started to jeer, but Akira Kaneko couldn't make a move at this moment. He didn't have that much justice and kindness. Even if this person who suddenly appeared had his bones bitten off, he would definitely not say anything. After all, everyone had their own fate. But in the next moment, whether it was him or everyone present, they were all shocked. There was no doubt about the Tianyuan beast's strength. Back then, countless people had been sacrificed in order to capture this beast. It was also because of the sacrifice of these people that the few forces were able to capture the heavenly Yuan beast in the end. In the end, he was sent to the arena. Of course, they wanted to rely on the heavenly Yuan beast to bring them a portion of the income, to make up for the pain caused by the deaths of those people. Even if it couldn't make up for their losses, they would still be able to make up for their losses. But with the fame and the income, he could barely recoup his losses. It wasn't hard to imagine how outstanding the heavenly Yuan beast was, since it took so much effort to capture it. It was definitely not something that anyone could deal with easily. Even Akira Kaneko, the invincible god of war, very few people thought that he would definitely win. Most of the people were still skeptical about it. On one hand, there was an unbeatable record. On the other hand, there was the horrifying heavenly Yuan beast, which had killed countless experts and was born and raised by heaven and earth. Almost no one could be sure of the final result. They could only guess with a grain of salt. Because of that, this battle was even more eye-catching. But now, this seemingly extraordinary young man who suddenly appeared had blocked the heavenly Yuan beast's attack with a wave of his hand. He had grasped the heavenly Yuan beast's weakest point with one hand. The heavenly Yuan beast had always had an obvious weakness, but this weakness had always been hidden very well. So few people could find this weakness. The heavenly Yuan beast was not to be trifled with. Of course, it could hide this weakness well and protect it. Therefore, even though many people knew where this weakness was, there was no way to catch it easily. But no one clearly saw how Qin Yu attacked, and he suddenly grasped the heavenly Yuan beast's only weakness. Some people thought that maybe he was just lucky. However, even more people were cheering for him. In the Gold Realm, strength was everything. No matter why Qin Yu suddenly appeared, as long as he could win the final victory. This allowed them to see an extremely exciting battle. Then they would all be cheering. This time, there were even people who wanted to set up a small casino. They wanted to bet on who would win, Qin Yu or the heavenly Yuan beast. You attacked me all of a sudden. If it were in the past, I would have killed you directly. But this place is a little strange. I haven't figured it out yet. So I'll spare your life. Consider yourself lucky. He was not interested in suddenly killing someone when he had just arrived in the god realm. so he just threw the heavenly Yuan beast aside. When he was about to leave, he realized that he was unlucky. Someone had set up a barrier on the stage. He couldn't even leave. This was to prevent the beasts and the contestants from escaping easily. If no one was seriously injured, the winner would not be decided. This protective barrier would definitely not be let go easily. Touching this thin barrier, Qin Yu suddenly exerted force. He had used almost half of his strength, but the barrier only cracked a little. There were a few cracks that were neither too big nor too small, but there were no more cracks. It didn't shatter as he expected. Needless to say, the barrier was much sturdier than he had imagined. However, it was only a little sturdier, but the others couldn't calm down so easily. Even an immortal venerable would find it extremely difficult to break through this barrier. This was already a huge investment. If the Qianyuan arena wasn't so powerful, they wouldn't be able to come up with such a good barrier. Even Senzin could be trapped. Only such a strong and top-notch barrier could trap it. Only such a strong barrier could completely trap the heavenly Yuan beast. If it was just a little bit weaker, this beast would have run away without hesitation. Then it would devour everyone present and become a disaster again. It was also because the Qianyuan arena had a good reputation. It was because of its huge size that so many people were willing to rush over, even if they knew how dangerous this matter was. But at the same time, this matter was also very exciting. Chapter 10:16. Translator. Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Cracks appeared on such a sturdy barrier. If they weren't sure that everyone was awake, they would have slapped themselves. To make sure that they weren't asleep, that was why they were witnessing such a miraculous scene. It was simply unbelievable. How could there be such a powerful person in this world to be able to create cracks on such a sturdy barrier with just one slap? However, what happened next shocked them the most. Qin Yu seemed to feel that it wasn't enough, so he raised his hand again. With that light and seemingly powerless palm, he was just a little bit away from touching it. Suddenly, there was an angry roar, trying to stop Qin Yu. However, since Qin Yu had already made his move, there was no way he could take it back. As soon as the roar was heard, the barrier shattered. The heavenly Yuan beast was an animal after all. Although it was shocked by how powerful it was, it also knew that running away was the best option now. Moreover, there was so much fresh blood and flesh around it, all of which were great nourishment for it. If it could devour all of these people, its strength would definitely increase by another level. It would also be able to take revenge. It was an immortal beast that was born and raised by heaven and earth. How could it be reduced to such a state? If it wasn't for this, it would have been too sudden. If such a powerful person had suddenly appeared and helped it break the barrier. It didn't know how long it would be trapped for before it could completely break free. Everyone had gone from being vile at the beginning to being flustered at the moment. Although they liked to watch others fight, they definitely didn't want to be part of it. Only a small number of people had participated in the arena and won. Most of them were definitely not confident, facing such a powerful heavenly Yuan beast. If they really faced such a powerful heavenly Yuan beast, all of them would definitely die. Faced with a choice between life and death, those who were slightly stronger panicked and tried to escape. Seeing that the crowd was about to scatter like birds and beasts, the heavenly Yuan beast had its eyes on the person closest to it, who was also the most nourishing for it, Qin Yu. Once the shackles were removed, his confidence swelled, so much so that now she even set her sights on Qin Yu, completely forgetting how timid she was just now. because of this overconfidence, he didn't immediately attack the people around him. In his eyes, all those people together were not comparable to Chinyu. There was no need to do such a thankless task. The expert who had shouted turned pale as well. The Heaven Origin lifespan beast was only captured by him and countless other experts. Now that he had broken free, it was impossible for him to control it alone. Originally, under the circumstances of being restrained, he alone was enough. But now, this restriction had been broken. What could the chain on the Tianyuan beast do? It was almost useless. However, from start to finish, Qin Yu did not change in the slightest, even when he was targeted by such a powerful existence. However, the foot that was about to step out slowly retracted. Under the gaze of the heavenly Yuan beast, he did not run. Instead, he stood in front of the heavenly Yuan beast again. The last guy who was almost as strong as you was killed by me. Do you want to give it a try? If you want to try, I won't stop you. Everyone could not help but feel that it was ridiculous. How could someone say this to the heavenly Yuan beast with such a calm attitude? He was not worried that he would be swallowed by such a huge creature. However, not long before he came here, he still had the life of a 9-headed python in his hands. This beast looked like a leopard, but it was not a leopard, and it was not a tiger. In his eyes, it was just a slightly more powerful being. It was not an absolute threat to him. If he wanted to get rid of it, it would be very easy. It was not as difficult as it seemed. The heavenly Yuan beast could not help but feel frightened. But after all, it wanted to improve its strength and thirst for flesh and blood. It had surpassed everything. Traces of red spread in its eyes, and it had lost all rationality. It roared and charged over. The reason why the heavenly Yuan beast was so powerful was that it was difficult to find any weakness on its body. Just now, Qin Yu had found and grasped that weakness. But after all, it was heavily protected. If it was during a battle, it would be very difficult to catch it. However, although the heavenly Yuan beast was as fast as lightning, Qin Yu was even faster. He lasted for a while. Everyone only saw a shadow, and then Qin Yu appeared next to the heavenly Yuan beast. No matter how hard the heavenly Yuan beast struggled, it could only shrink back. Qin Yu had once again grasped its weakness. This time, the dust settled so quickly. Even the extremely powerful experts who had wanted to make a move did not have the time to do so. Even when he attacked, he knew very well that he did not have the confidence to win. Therefore, when he saw Qin Yu return with an easy victory, he naturally had mixed feelings. On one hand, he felt emotional when he saw such a powerful back. On the other hand, he felt indescribable sadness. With such a powerful person in front of him, what did he have? Even when he walked out, he did not feel so good. Usually when he walked out, people would compliment him. However, in terms of strength and experience, he could not be compared to this young man who had suddenly appeared. The only thing that made him feel good was that he had never heard of this young man. If he was not someone who had no support, he must be from somewhere else. However, that also meant that he was unfamiliar with this place and had no support, nor did he have anyone to rely on. Qin Yu's swift and decisive action had solved all the problems. Everyone was a little surprised. However, what surprised them even more was that the heavenly Yuan beast did not have the ability to fight back. Unforeseen events happened one after another, and they didn't even have any extra emotions left. In an instant, the chaos of everyone running away came to an abrupt stop, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Since the source of this matter had been eliminated, all the crisis had disappeared without a word. Then, they had nothing to say about this matter. They all quieted down. Thinking back to how they had run around in a mess, they could not help but feel embarrassed. This time, They had lost a lot of face. Qin Yu was the only one who had been calm since he appeared. Even though he had done such an earth-shattering thing, he did not change at all. Akira Kaneko, who was standing aside and watching, was the most touched. He could not help but put himself in the position of the heavenly Yuan beast. Chapter 10:17. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio, if he was the Sky Origin beast, he was not confident that he could defeat Qin Yu. At that time, he was even more uncertain as to whether he would still lose so miserably. But no matter if it was him in the end, he would win or lose. There was no doubt about Qin Yu's strength. Only those absolute powerhouses who did not show up could be compared to him. Even the exclamations of these people were unable to stop Qin Yu's footsteps. Instead, he walked faster. This guy was quite strong and had a unique obsession with flesh and blood. Qin Yu did not keep the Sky Origin beast alive. This beast's strength was not bad, and he had also used all of his strength. He wanted to kill this scourge. Just as he was about to leave, a person suddenly stopped him at the entrance. He seemed to be quite strong, but compared to him, there was still some difference. Now, the dust had settled, but for most people, they did not have time to think about the joy of escaping death. Most of them were dissatisfied. They had placed their bets. Now that no one had won, how could they be satisfied? This was how gambling was supposed to be. If there were any accidents, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. Those who did not place their bets were in the minority. Since the matter this time was so big, everyone had placed their bets. They did not lack money, but this time they had lost so much money. It was very difficult for them to bear. This aristocratic family's disciple, who had suddenly appeared, had bet all his allowance for the past few months. He thought that he might be able to make a few times more. But now it was all for naught. The things in his hands were all for nothing. If he had lost the bet, he might have been able to swallow his anger. At most, he would go back and ask for more money. It would not be too bad. But now, someone had suddenly appeared and disrupted the competition. What kind of situation was this? So, he did not even think about it. He walked out and blocked Qin Yu's path. There was only one entrance to the arena. If Qin Yu wanted to leave, he would have to pass by him. Since he blocked the path, he had made up his mind. He wanted to get back the money he had lost. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied. I don't think you're ruining my plans. When he said those words, he saw that Qin Yu's face had remained calm the entire time. When his gaze landed on the pair of extremely deep pupils, he suddenly felt an enormous pressure. For a moment, the thought of retreating rose in his heart. But after all, his identity was somewhat different, and he would not choose to back down so easily. In addition, there were many people beside him who wanted to encourage him, so he became bolder. Most people did find this matter quite interesting. Was Qin Yu someone they could easily provoke? He had subdued the Sky Yuan beast so easily. Moreover, he didn't use much strength. It was so light. There were no flashy moves. He killed the heavenly Yuan beast directly. If it had been anyone else, they probably wouldn't have ended up any better than the heavenly Yuan beast. Seeing that Qin Yu was stopped by someone, Akira Kaneko suddenly felt a little nervous. Perhaps he wanted to befriend such an expert. Or perhaps it was because he didn't get along with that aristocratic family disciple. He looked down on such a guy who only knew how to eat and wait for death. He was the only one who stood out among all the people. The others were more like watching a good show. Their eyes all fell on that aristocratic family disciple. Few people cared about what would happen to Qin Yu. Anyway, there were only a few possibilities. One was the arrogance of an expert. He would directly kill the person on the spot and stay here forever. Or he would choose to swallow the insult and leave. He didn't care about the nonsense this guy was spouting. After all, most experts encountered aristocratic family disciples who were not strong but had a strong background. Almost all of them did this. There was no need to argue with these people who didn't know anything. They would only cause trouble for themselves. If they didn't argue with them and stayed to argue, they would also lower their status. So they simply didn't care anymore and threw all the grudges to the back of their minds. It had to be said that this was a way to not offend people. Akira Kaneko's strength was not bad, and he was known to be undefeated. So he was considered to have some status, at least in the aristocratic families. He was somewhat respected. In this place where the arena was almost all over the world, as long as one could get a reputation here, they would have an extremely high future. There were also endless benefits. He was like this. Almost everyone was like this. Which of the current big forces didn't slowly make a name for themselves like him at the beginning? Then, after their strength improved further, they gradually opened their own arena. Although they would occasionally rejoin the battle, they would not risk their lives to do so. Experts more or less had such an experience. Only these aristocratic family disciples would be so delicate. If they didn't even dare to leave the arena, what could they do in the future? Why don't we just let this matter go? No matter what, with your strength, you don't have the confidence to challenge an expert. From now on, he will be my friend. Guoliang, don't go overboard. Guoliang couldn't take this lying down. He had lost a lot of money. The powerful Akira Kaneko did make him feel more nervous. But after all, he was used to being arrogant and despotic, so he didn't take this matter too seriously. He even developed some hatred. Even Akira Kaneko was hated by him. His father was extremely powerful, and his talent was also extremely high. Although he had never left the arena, the speed of his improvement wasn't very slow. However, in the eyes of people like Akira Kaneko, who had fought between life and death, his strength was nothing more than some superficial appearance. Without going through the tempering of life and death, how could he gain the respect of everyone? He didn't even bother to look at some superficial appearances. The sudden appearance of Akira Kaneko made Chin Yu slightly surprised. But that was it. The person who blocked his way also seemed to be an aristocratic family disciple. It was a pity that he only learned to be arrogant and despotic without any self-restraint. This made him feel quite disappointed. If the so-called aristocratic family disciples were all like this, then they might as well all die, so as not to waste such good resources. After all, he also overturned the rule of countless families in the wind domain. He naturally didn't have any good impression of this kind of rice worm who was waiting to die. Leave or die. Akira Kaneko originally thought that he had already said it harshly enough. There was no lack of politeness and absolute dominance. With his current reputation and strength, it wasn't a very troublesome thing to ask such an ignorant aristocratic family disciple to leave. However, Chin Yu's words still surprised him, and in the end, he couldn't help but feel very happy. Domineering indeed. Chapter 1018. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation, but as a descendant of an aristocratic family who was held in high regard. Guo Liang couldn't swallow this anger at all. There were also a few people with decent strength beside him. After he gave the order, all of these people stood out and glared at Chin Yu angrily. It was as if they would attack at the slightest disagreement. It seems that you chose the latter. Then you can just die. There were always many stupid people in this world who thought that they were very smart. So there were many people like Guo Liang. Chin Yu wasn't surprised that he would choose death. So he took out the dominating heaven blade without saying anything. He killed the last person. Obviously, he was still loyal and didn't abandon Guo Liang and run away. But even if he was the last one to die, Guo Liang couldn't accept it. He was already scared out of his wits. In front of the blood-stained, dominating heaven blade, his knees went soft, and he knelt down. Some tears suddenly brewed in his eyes. "I beg you, spare me. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. I was confused for a moment. Please be magnanimous and spare my life." Guo Liang was crying so hard that his snot was all over his face. He didn't care about his image. It made many people who knew him feel that it was quite strange. They had never seen a little tyrant in such a miserable state. Thinking back, they didn't know how many things he had done that made people angry. If it weren't for his good father, his family would be powerful. How could he have lived a carefree and happy life here? Chinyu took a step back in disgust. In the next moment, Akira Kaneko suddenly felt that something was wrong. For some reason, he stood in front of Chinyu. "You didn't even see what it was, and you dared to take it all. I really wonder how you survived." Akira Kaneko didn't have time. He wasn't a good person. Just a little. He couldn't change what he had decided to do. This was a bit like Chinyu, but he couldn't be so decisive. Guo Liang was also an extremely ruthless person. He had a lot of self-defense weapons on him. However, he was more or less disappointed. He had these self-defense weapons on him. They couldn't even break through the defense of the Tianyuan beast. Chinyu, with a wave of his hand, he did what so many weapons on him couldn't do. It was conceivable that with all the weapons on his hand, which one of them could be effective? To Chinyu, they were merely some things that he could do without. But for Akira Kaneko, these things were extremely. Even his last means of self-defense was destroyed so easily. Guo Liang felt in his heart. Why did he have such strength? Why did he have such strength? Yet, Chinyu managed to effortlessly obtain an achievement that surpassed his by a lot. Why didn't these things belong to him? If it belonged to him, how glorious would he be right now? With translation. Thanks his translation, his high translation, as high-ends as great editor, but today, he had made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Even he. Today. Unless he could personally resolve this great shame in a short period of time. Chinyu laughed. Naive. He killed him casually. He didn't give him any chance to make a comeback. That was the kind of person with bad intentions. It was a waste to leave such a good talent on him. It was better to die. There would be one less scourge in this time. There were already many corpses on the ground. Everyone present was very used to this kind of scene. The same situation happened every day. But this time, the person who died was special. And the scene was tragic enough, but under the contrast of enough strength. All of this seemed to be somewhat incomprehensible. Among everyone, Akira Kaneko, he was probably the most shocked. Even with his current reputation, he didn't have the guts to kill someone so directly. Guo Liang had always been very arrogant, and he didn't have a good reputation. But after all, he had a good father. So, at first, he just wanted to send him away. As for what happened after that, how could he continue to record it? However, he did not expect that Chinyu would be able to kill him so easily. After being stunned for a moment, the crowd applauded enthusiastically. Anyway, this matter had little to do with them. Even if they were to applaud, the Guo family wouldn't be able to kill all of them. It was not that there was no one present who had a higher status and a stronger background than Guo Liang. So if the Guo family didn't want to accompany the future of everyone in their family, they would definitely not implicate these people. At least this was enough for them to enjoy. They applauded. No matter how they applauded, it didn't affect them at all. The scene was already grand. At the very least, Jin Ziyao was the only one who almost lost half his life when he won 100 matches. He had only seen so many people cheering. But when he saw those corpses, he felt a faint chill in his heart. But all of this was just a passing cloud to Chinyu. He wouldn't put in any effort. Now, there was no one in front of the passage who could stop him. He could walk out directly. This time, there would be no one who could stop him. He walked out of the passage. The sky was high, and the sea was wide. However, the arena was huge. He couldn't walk out of this place for a while. After walking out of the passage, he didn't leave the arena. Instead, he left the arena. It was the most lively and largest venue. There were many people coming and going in the periphery. Each of them had extremely powerful strength, and there were conflicts everywhere. If there were some conflicts, passers-by would only watch with interest from the side, and there would be no dissuasion. The Golden Realm had always been like this. The appearance of Chinyu and Shualan made everyone involuntarily look at them. This pair of man and woman seemed a little out of place with the surroundings. Shualan was looking around to see where the exit was. She noticed that many people's gazes fell on her. She couldn't help but frown. None of these gazes were kind. There was an unwritten rule in the Golden Realm, and that was that the strong were respected. If one was strong enough and could break through everything, one could rob on the street. Anyway, as long as one was strong enough, no one would stand up for them. Then there was the comparison of background. Although no one would stand up for a stranger, but if it was a close relative, they would help a little. But when Chinyu and Shualan appeared at the same time, no one recognized them. At least there had never been such a special person around here. If there was, they would have been famous long ago and wouldn't be like now. No one knew them at all. They were a little restless and wanted to make a move. Hey, the woman beside you is so beautiful and outstanding. Why don't you let me have her? Chapter 1019. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was too late. The air around them froze for a moment, but the burly man didn't seem to notice that a storm was coming. His eyes were still on Shualan. Although he was being polite, there were still many people who were happy to watch the show. Without waiting for him to repeat himself, he was suddenly sent flying. The powerful force embedded him into the wall, even if all the surrounding walls were built with the best materials. But this person was still sent deep into the wall, leaving an extremely deep mark. No one was able to react in time. This turn of events was truly too sudden, but looking at the burly man who was sent into the wall, no one dared to say anything. Only a small number of people still couldn't help but make a move. They were the burly man's friends. Because they didn't see clearly how it happened, they naturally didn't have much fear in their hearts. The others were willing to protect themselves, but they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. One by one, they rolled up their sleeves and stood beside Chinyu with their extremely tall figures. Chinyu wasn't extremely tall, but he was still one of the best. But compared to this meatball, he was still slightly shorter. But anyone with discerning eyes could see that in terms of aura, Chinyu was still a level higher, even if that burly man looked like a ferocious beast in human form. But Chinyu's gaze was extremely calm, like a bottomless abyss. No one knew what kind of peerless, ferocious beast was buried under this calm lake. That faint danger made the burly man a little embarrassed. If he cowered, it would still be fine. The person who was sent flying just now was his most capable subordinate. He was also someone he valued more recently. Just like that, he was thrown out in front of everyone. How could he put down his face and not care at all? He didn't care about the life and death of his subordinate, who was sent into the wall. He ran over aggressively. He was ready to get back his face. At the same time, he also coveted Shualan. Now, in the Golden Realm, meatballs were popular. Like him, who was extremely tall, However, he looked down on women who were even stronger than him. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything that matched his taste. Otherwise, those who were thin and weak were just too ugly. If he hadn't seen what it meant to stand aloof from the world and leave the dust of the world, he would have never seen it before. He might even be able to make himself suffer a little. But now that he saw Shualan, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Apologize. If you kneel down and apologize to me, I can consider whether to forgive you or not. Qin Yu coldly spat out these two sentences. However, except for those who came out later and saw his strength, the others didn't take his words to heart. Perhaps Qin Yu's strength was indeed very powerful, but they were not to be trifled with. Each and every one of them possessed outstanding strength. Otherwise, how could they make a move in public? They were not completely lacking in confidence. Since he still wanted to save some face, he couldn't act rashly without knowing the other party's background. The reason why he made a move was because he was very confident in his own strength. That was why he was so unbridled. Boss smiled. Did you hear what he said? He actually said that he wanted me to kneel down and apologize to him, and then consider whether to forgive me or not. I, Zhang Hu, am also very reputable in this area. Who doesn't call me brother? Who, when they see me, I actually have to kneel down and apologize to him in front of so many people. Do you think? The smile on his face abruptly stopped, and even the string of laughter suddenly stopped. The original smile on his face suddenly became uglier than crying. Immense pain struck him, and before he could retract the smile on his face, it blended together with his pained and conflicted expression, making him look incomparably twisted. One couldn't help but wonder how he could put on such a face. It looked too frightening and too surprising. Zhang, who had already lost an arm, and if he hadn't dodged in time just now, he wouldn't have just lost an arm this time. And this time, there was also a huge wound on his body. It even brushed past his heart by a hair's breadth. If it weren't for the fact that he still had some foundation and strength, he would have been finished by this blow. Looking at those eyes that didn't have any fluctuations from the beginning to the end, he finally understood what was wrong. Qin, you didn't show the slightest trace of fear from the beginning to the end. The way he looked at him was like how those top big shots looked at him. That was the way a real powerhouse looked at an ant. If he hadn't been momentarily blinded, how could he not have seen it? If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself. The famous Zhang, who was still arrogantly saying that anyone who saw him had to call him brother, who, at this moment, his knees went soft and he directly knelt down. He didn't cry, but simply begged for mercy. For him, there was no better choice than begging for mercy now. If he accidentally fell into the trap, then there would be no one to cry to. It's too late to beg for mercy now. It's already too late from the moment you have this thought. There will only be one less person in this world who can see the sun tomorrow. It shouldn't be a big deal. There shouldn't be any hindrance. Dominating Heaven Blade had drawn the blood of so many people, and it had always been glowing with a fierce red light. It seemed that it was faintly trying to break free from Qin Yu's control. But only Qin Yu knew in his heart. He had invested some heaven and earth treasures and forged it with a special method. Dominating Heaven Blade already belonged to him alone. No matter how fierce it looked, it would only be under his control. There would never be a day when it would be out of his control. At this moment, it seemed that no matter how much it wanted to break free from his control, it was also safely held in the palm of his hand, and it absolutely couldn't break free. Zhang, who could be considered to have a little reputation around here, it was just that compared to a real powerhouse, he was still a little lacking. However, because he had a connection with a certain powerhouse, he could still be arrogant in the Qianyuan arena. It could be imagined that He also had a little background. It was just that this background still couldn't save his life at the last moment. It was fate that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have and ended up like this. No one would pay much attention to a person who was already dead. More people's gazes were on Chinyu, and they were very interested in him. At the same time, they were surprised by this unfamiliar person. Could it be that he was a rising star? But seeing that his strength was so powerful, he didn't seem like those unknown people. Moreover, it didn't seem like a sudden emergence recently. Only those who were somewhat knowledgeable could roughly make a judgment. It was estimated that this person was not from this world. Chapter 10:20. Translator. Atlas Studios editor. Atlas Studios, after dealing with many troubles one after another, the arena was filled with the smell of blood. Guo Yang had some status before, but after all, people were already used to the smell of blood. But Zhang, who was a familiar face in this area recently, although his background was not as good as the former, he often showed up. He was also noticed by many people. Thus, they discovered Qin Yu's uniqueness. He was too strong, and he was not one of the few experts that everyone was familiar with. In addition, he didn't look very old. This was the most surprising thing. He was not very old, but he could have such powerful strength. This strength that even many old guys did not have appeared in a young man. People could not help but sigh. As expected, strength was related to talent. It was not related to age. Qin Yu noticed that some people in the crowd would definitely stare at him, but he did not care at all. His understanding of this place was too shallow, but he could roughly tell that this was a world where strength reigned supreme. And it was extremely straightforward. Whether it was strength or anything else, it had always been straightforward. It was unlike other places. This made him feel more and more surprised. But after all, there were too many magical places in the world. It wouldn't surprise him that much. All the people who had looked at Xiulan just now were all killed by him. But there were so many innocent people present at that time. Even if he killed some of them with ill intentions, there was still a large portion left. Naturally, someone would come to deal with these people's corpses. These corpses would all be sent back to their families or friends. Obviously, these people's deaths could not be hidden. Qin Yu had never thought of hiding it. Otherwise, he would have destroyed the corpses and destroyed the evidence. Wouldn't it be better to hide his appearance? Unfortunately, the journey was not peaceful at all. Many people became his obstacles one after another, even if he really had to leave the arena this time. But at the last moment, when he saw the outside world, he was stopped again. This time, the person who stopped him was an old man. His hair was white, and his face was old. He did not look very powerful. His attitude was not like those people before. Instead, it was very respectful. However, Qin Yu was able to easily tell that this respect was merely on the surface. There was not much sincerity. After looking at him a few more times, he was not prepared to have any contact with this old man. But the old man stood in front of him again, without a trace. He still had a very appropriate smile on his face. When people saw the smile on his face, they could not feel any malice. Our Master House's Master House wants to invite you for a few words. I wonder if you have the time. His words were polite, but his actions were not as polite as his words. Qin Yu did not want a waste of time. He had just arrived in this world and had yet to walk around and experience the novelty of his surroundings. There was no need to continue to get involved with these people. He took out his knife, looking at this murderous knife, that murderous looking at him. The old man's expression is as that expression, his polite smile faded a lot, and his eyes flashed with a trace of panic and fear. If it was him, he wouldn't have the ability to bear it, although he had only seen this knife from afar. But he also had a general understanding of Yu's strength. Such a powerful strength. Back when his master was young, he was praised by countless people for his talent. But he was not this powerful. Such a powerful ability appeared in this young man who suddenly appeared. How could he not be shocked? He even had some suspicions. Could it be that the people of the other divine realms had already cultivated such powerful existences? If everyone was as talented as Yu, and had such powerful strength, didn't that mean that the people of the Golden Realm had no chance to live? If everyone's strength and talent were as talented as Yu, then he really would not be vigilant. If there was no absolute way to stop these experts from appearing one after another, then they would have to fight to the death. Fortunately, this was only his guess. There was a high possibility that it would not come true. As long as it did not come true, everything would be easy to talk about. Just one maverick was enough to make them tremble in fear. If a few more powerful ones appeared, there would be even less to talk about. At that time, no one would be able to fight them. What if I don't want to go? Get out of the way. The old man was already very familiar with observing colors. At this moment, it was easy to see that Yu had already made a decision. If he did not get out of the way, the knife in his hand would slash at him without hesitation. At that time, his old bones would definitely not be able to withstand such a powerful knife. Even when he was at his peak, he was not confident that he could block this knife. One man and one knife gave him an extremely deep sense of pressure. At this moment, he did not know what to say to ease the atmosphere. His face was full of hesitation and struggle. This matter was neither too big nor too small. If it was really so simple, he did not have to be too conflicted. But this matter was really not that simple. If he could not complete this task, he would be punished when he returned. Moreover, the main family had done him a great favor. So he had to do this matter. It was just that Yu was on guard and was unwilling to follow him. So he had to use some other means. It was a pity that he had miscalculated. After being rejected again, he could easily see that Shualan was even more difficult to talk to than Yu. Although she looked beautiful, her aura was not extremely powerful to the point of being terrifying. But she was indifferent to everything around her. Even though he had proposed an extremely generous condition just now, he did not see Shualan move in the slightest. Not only was she not moved, but she did not even look the slightest bit moved. This surprised him and made him feel even more uncomfortable. This man and woman were both stubborn. No matter what he said, it was useless. So now he did not want to say anything. He did not want to do anything. He might as well just end it like this. Even if he was punished when he returned, it was better than racking his brains to ask for it. Just as the old man was struggling here but blocking the exit, unwilling to let people leave easily, another middle-aged man with white hair and a rosy complexion who looked younger walked out. Even though he looked young, he was still young. But the strong could keep their appearance forever. In fact, they were already over 10,000 years old. They had just celebrated their birthday not long ago. And with his current strength and age, he could already be considered an outstanding person. But people could not be compared with each other. Chapter 10:21. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Many geniuses would feel ashamed when standing in front of Yu. I'm the person in charge of this arena. I can be considered half a person in charge. Can I invite you to have a seat? I don't think I have any other intentions. I just want to communicate with you. If you don't believe me, my name is Qinghai. You can ask around. I have some reputation. Of course, he wanted to communicate with him. After that, he could decide what kind of attitude he should use to face this genius who suddenly appeared. No, using the words genius alone was not enough to describe Yu's talent and strength. at his age. Many people might still be hovering in some low-level places. Most people might not even have the opportunity to enter the sect at his age. Only he had such powerful strength at such a young age. The middle-aged man naturally knew what this meant. If it was not because his talent was too outstanding, then he had some special methods. He could cultivate such a powerful disciple. If it was the former, it would be good to have a good relationship with him. If it was the latter, then things would become a little troublesome and tricky. It could be said to be a troublesome matter for them. Therefore, he had to figure out Qin Yu's origin and purpose here. I have some guesses about what you want to say, but I have to say you're really thinking too much. Since you're already so old, there's no need to think so much. You'll lose all your hair for no reason. You don't even think about it. Is it possible? If a person like him could be mass-produced, then wouldn't this time be a mess? The only reason he was able to appear in the open was because he was powerful. There was a limit to this old man's naivety. His guess was a little too ridiculous. If even he was like this, then wouldn't the others find it even more ridiculous? Perhaps it was out of caution that they stopped him, but who knew what they were really up to? If it was really the idea that he showed on the surface, then he would definitely sneer at him. Qinghai's expression was not very good. He also knew that this possibility was actually a little low, but he was not willing to let it go. More than that, he was thinking about what if it was really possible. He also wanted to get it in his hands. If Qin Yu was just an extremely talented person, then it would not be a loss for him to make friends with him. In fact, he even earned a lot in the process. However, it wasn't easy to say these words out loud. Wouldn't his thoughts be exposed to the public? Moreover, if other people were to find out about his thoughts, not to mention what he would do to him, he would definitely be severely ridiculed. Even if there was such a thing, it might not have fallen into his hands. Even if he asked, he wouldn't be able to get any answers. It was just that the plan had failed before it even started. This more or less made him feel indignant. But no matter what, it's better for you to come with me. I admit that you are very powerful, but the Tianyuan beast has been severely injured. You were able to win because he didn't use his full strength. This was the reason why he had walked up to the stage so fearlessly. Back then, the Tianyuan beast was so powerful that it could almost dominate the world. Many people, including him, had to take action to barely restrain that fellow. However, he was easily defeated by a young man who had appeared out of nowhere. If there were such considerations, not many people would be able to sit still. Even if they could barely sit still, they wouldn't be in a good mood. How could they be in a good mood? He had spent so much effort to catch that bastard. In the end, he was easily defeated by a young man. Wasn't this a joke for no reason? I'll say it one last time. Get out of here immediately. At this moment, Qinghai had no face at all. He couldn't help but feel lucky that there weren't many people here now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his face. He had already made a fool of himself today, and now there was this matter. There was no need to mention the anger in his heart. In addition, Qin Yu's words and his attitude of looking down on him completely, he was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. His family's leg technique was very powerful, and many people were terrified because of it. Now, he hadn't used it properly for a while. However, this time, he couldn't control his temper at all. He wished he could use 120% of his strength. He wanted to show Qin Yu his strength. He wasn't someone who could be easily underestimated. Not long after he took out his family's leg technique, Qin Yu did pay more attention to him. However, this attention only made him make another move. There's no end to it. However, the situation this time was a little special. It wasn't like when he came out of the wood realm where people were chasing after him everywhere. Therefore, he could kill all those who came to kill him before, but now he couldn't. This person didn't have much enmity with him, and he wasn't deliberately chasing after him. Although there was some anger in his words, he wasn't here to specifically target him. He only injured him and didn't completely cripple him. This was one of his few gifts, and he didn't want to cause too much trouble here. After all, the reason why trouble was called trouble was because it was too complicated. Shuelon smiled faintly, but that smile quickly disappeared. She didn't show her emotions like this often. However, the same thing had happened almost 3 times. So much so that Chinyu was somewhat impatient. No matter how cold-hearted she was, this matter was related to Chinyu after all. So she couldn't just stand by and watch. The smile that she had been holding back for a long time couldn't help but appear on her face. Qinghai was seriously injured, but unfortunately no one cared. There was an old man at the side who cared very much. However, he didn't dare to rush up directly. His strength could be said to be not bad. However, compared to Chinyu, he was nothing. Seeing that Chinyu's path was blocked one after another, he was probably already impatient. If he still dared to stand out at this time, his ending wouldn't be any better than Qinghai's. In order to be able to save him, he didn't act rashly at the side. Instead, after they left, he hurriedly pulled Qinghai up with a face full of anger. Then, he rummaged through all the top-grade injury medicine on his body and poured it all down without any explanation. Seeing that Qinghai's life was not worried, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still couldn't help but look for Chinyu and Shuelon's figures. Unfortunately, he couldn't find them anywhere this time. The 2 of them had already happily disappeared. They didn't leave any trace. Even if he wanted to find them, he definitely couldn't find where they went. Chinyu didn't go far this time. The surrounding area was still relatively prosperous. The biggest reason was the Qianyuan Arena. There were many shops selling medicine and weapons in the surrounding area. There were also several businesses and banks, and their business was very prosperous. Chapter 10:22. The aura of the Gold Realm was very different from other places. Walking on the street, one could see that the men and women were extremely tall. If one looked at them with the naked eye, one would feel that they were mountains of flesh. Every part of his body was filled with power. This was the best manifestation of strength. Although Chinyu didn't like it very much, this place was also extremely straightforward. Just like that, before he could walk far on the street, he was stopped by a strong woman. The woman beside you is too thin and weak. She doesn't seem to have much strength. Why don't you come with me? I won't give you the best treatment. Although you don't look extremely strong, I can feel that your aura is very terrifying. If it weren't for the fact that there was no other meaning in the woman's eyes, even Chinyu might have misunderstood. She just wanted to find an accomplice. One had to know that the duels in the arena were not just one-on-one. There were also 2-person and more mixed battle modes. Many people would casually find someone they liked on the street to try it out. They would see if they could rope in someone who was an actor with them to go on stage together. If they were lucky and managed to rope in a strong person, then their chances of winning would increase a lot. When the time came, the money would naturally be divided equally. Naturally, they would be able to take a lot of advantages. At first glance, a 50-50 split seemed a little unfair to the strong. But it was already difficult to find a reliable teammate in this world who wouldn't be a burden. Therefore, this 50-50 split was more about finding reliable people. It wasn't about finding those who were a burden and almost useless. As long as their strength was similar, it didn't matter who put in more effort. These were all for the long-term development. For the long term, naturally, it was 50-50. Then, it would be better to have a long-term fixed companion. This woman's height was not far from Chinyu's. Her strong muscles were extremely developed. At first glance, she could be praised in other divine realms. Very strong. He was much stronger than the average man. But this was a woman after all. Although she wasn't ugly, she had a sense of fitness and beauty. But Qin, you still couldn't appreciate it. This person's strength could be considered average, and he had no intention of staying to continue the competition. Money was just a number to him. If he wanted it, there were plenty of ways to get it. There was no need to go through so much trouble. She is my companion. The two of us will travel together. There is no need to find anyone else. Besides, I'm not going to duel. At least if I go back, not many people will dare to challenge me. That person in charge, called Qing Hai, won't let me go back either. After all, he had crippled someone, although he didn't use too much force. If he used some treasures to forcefully smash it, there might be a chance for it to be healed. But after all, he had suffered such heavy injuries. Obviously, his attitude towards him was not very good. However, he never thought of going back. The world was so big. If there was nothing special, he would not come back. Xuelan's somewhat nervous mood instantly calmed down. With some curiosity, she looked again at this woman who wanted to snatch him away from her as soon as they met. His eyes were clear. He looked like a kind person. At the very least, compared to those scheming people she had seen before, she was much more innocent. Even in the immortal world, her nominal master was still alive. He also wanted to use her talent to make her do many things, even though he gave her very good resources. But she had already returned those things a long time ago. So when she cut off the relationship, she did it very straightforwardly, without the slightest hesitation. It was also because of this that she knew how many crooked thoughts people usually had. Since then, it had become a habit to look at a person's eyes first. If he was clear and calm enough, this person was at least someone who could be friends with. It wasn't that Ming Shi had never been rejected before, although he felt a little embarrassed. But he had always been used to being calm. He didn't take this matter to heart. Instead, he apologized graciously. "Then I'm sorry. But you just mentioned Qing Hai. I remember that guy is quite famous. What did he do to you?" When Ming Shi said this, he couldn't hide a trace of guilt. Qin Yu had seen it by chance. But this was someone else's private matter after all, because the news of what happened couldn't be hidden too well, and he had no intention of hiding it. So he briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. It was just that this woman seemed to have some relationship with Qing Hai. She actually stood on the same side as him. He also felt a little indignant towards Qing Hai. That's too arrogant. If you didn't agree, how could he force you? But your strength is really powerful. You can actually injure the great Lord Qing Hai. Ming Shi didn't know that he had already exposed himself. Because he had almost exposed himself, he was so scared that his heart was beating like a drum. He didn't recover for a long time. It could be seen that although her strength was not bad, she was indeed a simple person. She didn't know how to hide at all. At this moment, Qin Yu already had a guess in his heart. Her face was slightly similar to Qing Hai's. After all, he had just seen Qing Hai before. Qin Yu had always had a photographic memory. His memory was extremely astonishing, so it didn't take long for him to feel that the person in front of him might be Qing Hai's blood relative. It was just that he didn't know how close their blood relationship was. This could be considered a kind of fate, although Qing Hai had some grudges with him. He also looked down on Qing Hai. He kept saying that he was the person in charge, and his strength was also extremely high. But perhaps it was because his status was very high. Even his attitude towards others was not correct. He knew that he was powerful, but he still dared to forcefully take him away in the name of inviting him. But he didn't think that if he was really sincere, he should have visited him personally. Instead of blocking him at the door, it would make Qinghai seem rather petty. But he didn't have any prejudice against others related to Qinghai. Blood relations couldn't be said anything. If you don't want to go to the arena because of Qinghai, it's a pity. We can go to other places. The Qianyuan Arena is a very big arena, but it's not like there aren't any other places that are equally powerful. Even the famous undefeated legend Akira Kaneko is a member of the Wu-Wei Arena. Ming Shi's eyes lit up when he said the words, undefeated legend. Qin, you suddenly recalled that the person beside him earlier seemed to be some sort of undefeated legend. It was just that his strength seemed to be only average. His character was not bad, but he hadn't had any in-depth contact with him. He didn't know if he could live up to the title of legend, perhaps undefeated, but the title of legend wasn't something that anyone could have just because they wanted to. If one wanted to have the title of legend, one needed to have the strength to match. Chapter 10:23. This was not the first time the words arena had appeared. The frequency of its appearance had reached an unbelievable level. Obviously, in the gold realm, the arena undoubtedly had a very high status and was a special force. The invincible legend you mentioned, are you referring to him? Qin Yu pointed at Akira Kaneko, who had been standing beside him for an unknown period of time. Originally, Akira Kaneko was just curious. He had no ill intentions. It just so happened that he had nothing to do at this time, so he simply followed. But after all, he had quietly followed behind. He felt a little embarrassed. He was caught red-handed, so he felt a little embarrassed. Shu Shi did not take it to heart at first, but when she turned her head, she saw a faintly familiar face. If she was not mistaken, this person was the undefeated legend she had mentioned just now. Akira Kaneko's reputation was still very bright. The reason why he appeared in the arena this time was nothing more than the cooperation between the two arenas. In fact, the Wu-Wei Arena was the biggest beneficiary this time. Shu Shi was just the daughter of a slightly capable manager of the Qianyuan Arena. Although she had some status, she could not be considered extremely outstanding. She was so outstanding that everyone had to give her some respect. She also admired the strong and did not have any arrogance because of her identity. Even Akira Kaneko did not know. This admirer, who occasionally appeared in front of him, turned out to be the daughter of Qinghai, because he had never thought in this direction. He did not think in this direction even now. He had followed Qin Yu here, so he was not interested in the others. It's really a little presumptuous. I just want to make friends. If I have disturbed you in any way, please forgive me. I can leave now. He could be considered polite. Of course, it had to be said that this was more due to the deterrence of his strength. Akira Kaneko believed that he definitely would not have the strength of Qin Yu. Therefore, he lowered his attitude. Normally, he would not have such a good attitude towards others. After all, his undefeated reputation was a form of protection for him. There were many people like Shu Shi who worshipped him. It wasn't that there weren't some people with status who treated him favorably. Although on the surface, he didn't have any backing. However, his own identity and the backing he had hidden in the dark were already a lot. It was enough for him to have some pride. As long as he didn't offend anyone, he could do whatever he wanted. It's not that presumptuous. Since his attitude was good, he could temporarily put aside the matter of tailing him. In any case, Akira Kaneko was too far away from them. It's basically out in the open. Just now, he did not stop them. In a sense, it was equivalent to letting them do as they pleased. Since he didn't stop them just now, he naturally wouldn't mind it now. Among the four of them, Tu Shi was the most excited. If the feeling that Qin Yu gave her was unfathomable, then that strong feeling was even stronger than the feeling of threat that Jin Xiao gave her. But after all, It was fate that they met. She also had some admiration for Akira Kaneko, so she took the initiative to suggest that the four of them go to a restaurant for a while. The most famous thing in the restaurant was naturally a pot of strong wine. With the straightforwardness of the Golden Realm, since it was called strong wine, it was naturally incomparably spicy. Even some of the more powerful experts would feel intoxicated if they drank too much of this strong liquor. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't good wines made with good materials, but the price was extremely high. Normally, he wanted to drink to his heart's content. These cheap and extremely strong wines were the best choice. Those who were slightly weaker might even collapse after a cup. Shusher drank a lot on a daily basis. These strong wines were more of a concoction to her. No one would say anything if she drank a few more mouthfuls. Instead, she seemed to be extremely sweaty. However, this was also because Shusher was born with a good alcohol tolerance. If it were other people, they might not have such a good alcohol tolerance. She was the most familiar with this place. She opened her mouth and asked for 10 jugs of wine. Every jug was not small. Shusher made the decision and first took a jug of wine to her side. She opened the seal with one hand and gulped it down in one gulp. It wasn't that annoying. Instead, it was a different kind of forthright. As a person from the Golden Realm, Akira Kaneko was born to like this forthrightness. With a thought, she also took a jug of wine. She happily opened the seal and drank it all in one gulp. It was the same valiant and heroic feeling. After drinking a jug of wine, there were some changes on her face. After all, she drank in a hurry. Even if her strength was not bad, her alcohol tolerance was also not bad. Her face was also flushed red, but her consciousness was still clear. The two of them drank 2 jugs of high-grade spirits in the blink of an eye. Then she looked at Qinyu and Shuelan at the side. After drinking a jug of wine, she had become much bolder. Akira Kaneko held another unopened plate of high-grade spirits in his hand and said to Qinyu with a smile, "Everyone drank it so happily. Why don't the two of you try a jug too?" This high-grade spirit wine is famous, although it doesn't have a special name. If you mention the Hao family's spirit wine next to the Qianyuan Arena, everyone knows about it. It's hard to find elsewhere. It's only available here. Why don't you try it? It's not a wasted trip. Qin, you naturally didn't need to say much. It was just that Shuelan's alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. This spirit wine was extremely spicy, and it was extremely choking to drink. If it was a man, it would be fine. If it was a woman, she would more or less feel a little uncomfortable. Especially a woman who wasn't proficient in drinking, she wouldn't be able to drink this large jug of wine in one gulp. Shuelan didn't show any embarrassment. Since others could do it, she could naturally drink this jug of wine. Of course, his woman could only be loved by him. Qinyu directly took the 2 jugs of wine in front of Shuelan. "Shuelan isn't good at drinking, so I'll replace her jug." After saying that, he waved his hand and used his energy to open the wine seals on the 2 jugs. And it didn't hurt the fragile wine jugs at all. This move made Akira Kaneko and Shusher clap their hands and cheer. But in the next moment, they watched Qinyu drink the 2 jugs of high-grade spirit wine in one gulp. This time, the cheers were even louder. It was enough for everyone in the tavern to hear. The others also contributed to the grand occasion of several jugs of wine here. Naturally, they saw Qinyu's happy scene just now, and they all clapped their hands and cheered. Unlike Akira Kaneko and Shusher, the two of them drank a jug of strong wine because they drank it too quickly. This caused the alcohol to rush to their heads and even float to the surface. It looked like they were about to get drunk. Chapter 10:24. Qinyu drank 2 jars of strong wine, but his expression did not change. He was still the same, other than the fact that his aura was a little uneven. No one could tell anything else about him. Just now, he had drunk 2 jars of unimaginable strong wine in one go. Although the price of this kind of wine was not extremely high, it was not cheap. Shu Sure did not lack wealth, and he also wanted top-grade wine. If these 2 jars of strong wine were placed on someone else, it would probably be enough to drink for half a year. Usually, it would be enough to drink 1 or 2 cups. If he drank more, he would be drunk. However, Qin Yu drank 2 jars of wine effortlessly. Part of it was because of his high strength, but his alcohol tolerance was not to be underestimated. Akira Kaneko clicked his tongue. Was there anything in this world that Qin Yu could not do? If his strength was extremely high, then it would be fine. But from the looks of it, his alcohol tolerance was actually so high. Moreover, he was forthright and magnanimous enough. Akira Kaneko's blood rose in his heart, and he opened 2 more jars without any explanation. By the time the moon was high in the sky, there were more than 20 empty wine jars beside their table. Shu Sure had already collapsed, and Akira Kaneko relied on his strength to drink much more than ordinary people. He had held on until now, but after drinking 7 or 8 jars of strong wine in a row, he could not hold on any longer. His consciousness was muddled, and he was completely relying on his last breath to hold on. He barely did not faint, but his words were also vague, and it sounded like he was talking nonsense. It was obvious that he was drunk to the point of being unconscious. Qin Yu drank 2 servings of wine by himself. So whenever he drank, others drank 1 jar of wine, and he drank 2 jars of wine. Most of the 20 or so jars on the ground were contributed by him. Now that the moon was high in the sky, although it was not as lively as during the day. But there were quite a few people who came out at night, and all of them came out to drink. So not only did the business in the restaurant not worsen, but it also improved. It was just that they had been sitting here for nearly half a day, so it was inevitable that they would attract attention. People came and went, and they would all look at the large pile of empty wine jars on the ground with surprised eyes. They did not dare to imagine who was so powerful. How could he drink so much wine in one go, especially Qin Yu from the beginning to the end? Even now, he had drunk more than 10 jars of strong liquor. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been drunk and unconscious. It was normal for him to be drunk for 10 days and 10 nights. However, even now, Qin Yu was only able to see that he was slightly drunk. The smell of alcohol on his body was very strong, but that was only because of the surrounding environment and the smell of the wine. He didn't look like someone who had drunk more than a dozen jars of strong liquor. On the contrary, it was as if he had just drunk a cup of wine and was slightly contaminated with the smell of alcohol. Akira Kaneko was so drunk that he hugged half a jar. He swayed and wanted to continue drinking. One mouthful after another, he continued to drink until it got stuck in his throat. Before he could say anything, he had already passed out on the table. This time, he was finally drunk. After getting drunk, no one knew when a person would wake up. Someone still needed to clean up this mess, but this time, the drinking was quite enjoyable. These 2 people were the kind of people who could be friends with. And this time, when they were drunk, Qin Yu could be said to have gotten a lot of information from them. It was about the local customs of the Gold Realm. It was about their respective family forces. It was also because of this that he found out that Akira Kaneko was not only an undefeated god of war. Unexpectedly, there was also a hidden family force behind him. The reason why he came out to fight for this name was only to train himself. He didn't really need these false names. In this way, people could also understand why he could be so unscrupulous. He came and went as he pleased. As soon as Qin Yu left, he would be able to follow him. It was because he had a backer behind him. It was because of his reputation. It was also because of the force he represented. A real big shot would not make things difficult for him over such a small matter. He also had a certain understanding of the existence behind him. He would not cause him big trouble for no reason. They're all drunk. Look, they've drunk more than 10 jars of wine, but they're still not drunk. That's not all. They don't even look like they've drunk more than 10 jars of wine. Could it be that this person grew up soaking in wine jars? How can he drink so much? They who opened restaurants had been in restaurants for a long time. This high-quality liquor was soaked in wine jars by their own people since they were young. They definitely couldn't drink more than Akira Kaneko. One had to know that martial artists at least drank a lot of alcohol. It was used to strengthen their courage and warm their bodies. In short, their alcohol tolerance was also honed since they were young. In addition, it was because of their strength. Even those who had started drinking since they were born, they couldn't drink more than Akira Kaneko. They had never seen Chinyu before. They couldn't imagine what it would be like if someone had such a high alcohol tolerance. They naively thought that no one in this world could drink. There were more than 10 jars of high-quality liquor. Their liquor was not ordinary liquor. It was more intoxicating than ordinary liquor. Generally speaking, 10 jars was already the limit. Even some super strong people under the power of 10 jars of liquor. They definitely couldn't stay sober. However, now they saw an exception that made them feel how ignorant and ill-informed they were. He turned a deaf ear to those discussions. Chinyu didn't have any intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. He pulled one person in each hand and directly dragged them outside by the collar. Anyway, all of them had rough skin and thick flesh. They seemed to be able to withstand the rubbing. Not to mention just rubbing against the ground a little, they took a few punches. It wouldn't be a big deal. So much so that after drinking the hangover soup and taking some pills that could relieve the hangover, when they woke up, the two of them felt a little sore all over their bodies. But they didn't think in other directions. Perhaps the soreness all over their bodies was just the result of a hangover. Xuelon couldn't help but laugh, but she didn't kindly remind them. Seeing them walk down with sore backs, she thought about it again and again. After considering Chinyu, she finally prepared something for them to relieve the soreness. If one were to consider it as being rather considerate, this was especially true when Xuelon spoke to everyone other than Chinyu bluntly. It was rare for her to have such good intentions, which made the two of them feel a little flattered. But they knew very well that Xuelon was only doing it for Chinyu's sake. We really troubled you yesterday. I actually had to rely on you to pull the two of us back from that tavern. Otherwise, the two of us would probably have to sleep on the streets and be unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. One had to know that the people in the tavern weren't so kind. If they had a hangover, they would be directly kicked out after the door was closed. Chapter 10:25. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When the time came, no one would give them hangover soup or pills to sober them up, but they would have to wander the streets in a half-awake state. After a few days, they would wake up from their drunken stupor. Their lodgings were not exactly hidden. After a day and night of fermenting, the situation had escalated again. After all, many people had died. Not only the death of the Tianyuan beast, but some people had also suffered a great loss. No one had stood up for Qinghai for the time being, but the Guo family had come knocking on their door. Normally, the Guo family's way of doing things could be considered extremely overbearing, and even Akira Kaneko would not provoke these local tyrants for no reason. Akira Kaneko's family was quite powerful. There were always things that they could not do in places that they could not reach. For example, provoking the local tyrants was something that would only bring them more harm than good. The Guo family was not very powerful in other areas. However, in this area, he could be considered to have some ability, and they had a little bit of face. It was enough to make people see them in a new light, under the circumstances of possessing such an ability. If Qin Yu were to confront them directly, in the eyes of others, his chances of winning would be slightly lower. After all, they had drunk together and had drunk so much. They had some friendship. Even if it was for this new friend, Akira Kaneko would not let them come knocking on his door like this. He was ready to deal with it himself. Since this is my own business, I should deal with it myself. Qin Yu stopped Akira Kaneko, who wanted to stand up for him. He smiled and walked out of the door. Akira Kaneko wanted to help him deal with it, but suddenly he thought about it. Qin Yu was much stronger than him. It was still uncertain who would be the one to gain the upper hand in this matter. Although the Guo family still had some face, they still had some face. But strength was the most important thing. If he had enough strength, he would not have to be afraid of anyone. How could he forget about this matter? However, Qin Yu's attack made him somewhat worried. This worry was not towards Qin Yu. Instead, it was towards the Guo clan's people who had come to find them. Would they be able to walk out of here alive and unharmed? This was an extremely mysterious matter. The Guo clan's current Grand Elder used to have some face in front of some experts in the Qianyuan gladiator arena. Old man Guo still had some respect for him. However, he was a little older after all, and he already had the intention to hand over this network and help to his youngest son. But his youngest son suddenly died at the most critical moment of his training. Just like that, he had died in the hands of an unknown person for no apparent reason. Even if Qin Yu's strength was extremely high, he still had to come and seek justice. He also knew in his heart that his youngest son was not someone who could become a talent. He was simply a pile of mud that couldn't be supported by a wall. However, he was still his son after all. It was better to nurture his favorite son. No matter what, he couldn't allow others to interfere. One could imagine the fury in his heart. The rest of the family did not approve of his actions. They felt that this matter needed to be carefully considered. However, for his youngest son, Guo Liang's corpse, he hurriedly rushed over. He suppressed all the criticism with his own strength. He thought of ways to find Qin Yu. Although there were other people around, he didn't care about them anymore. His youngest son's death was more important in his heart. Everything else wasn't important at all. I want you to pay for my son's death with your life. My poor Liang. Perhaps it was because of his age that he was particularly muddle-headed. If it was when he was young, he would definitely not be like this. But now, his strength obviously couldn't be raised to a higher level. His life was getting shorter and shorter, and his love for this son of his had surpassed everything else. As for what kind of consequences this would bring to him, he no longer cared about others. In his eyes, Qin Yu was just a person who came from an unknown god realm. As long as he firmly grasped this point, he wasn't afraid that he would fall into the hands of a stranger. Akira Kaneko frowned as he watched this scene. But because of his understanding of Qin Yu's strength, he didn't say anything. Although the old master of the Guo family was quite strong now and had some prestige. But that was all. Even Senzin had some difficulty dealing with an existence of his realm. For Qin Yu, wasn't he someone who could be defeated easily? But Ming sure didn't know this. Seeing that this guy opened his mouth and said that he would pay with his life, he also recognized his origin. But he didn't have any good feelings in his heart, thinking that Qin Yu didn't seem to have any status. She had never heard of the existence of Qin Yu and Shuelan. So she walked out and blocked everyone's view. Old Master Gua looked at the familiar person in front of him and frowned with a headache. Many people didn't want to offend this girl. After all, offending this girl would not only bring a lot of trouble to oneself. At the same time, it would also be equivalent to offending that narrow-minded guy in Qinghai. The gains didn't make up for the losses. But after all, his favorite youngest son was already dead. Thinking of the appearance of Gua Liang's corpse, and the news that he had inquired about, Old Master Gua couldn't hold back his anger. He waved his hand and asked a group of guards to pull Ming Shi to the side. This was his business. This time, he had steeled his heart and was determined to make a fuss about it. He definitely wouldn't let anyone disrupt his plan. A life for a life. This seemed to be a matter of course in his opinion, but he didn't think about the time when he had killed someone. He didn't think that there was such a thing as a life for a life. But in this world, only the powerful had the right to speak. For Old Master Gua, there was nothing wrong with his way of thinking. What's wrong with this world? Why are they here to arrest us for no reason? Moreover, they're talking about fighting and killing. The arena didn't even say a word. The order in the Gold Realm also had certain rules. It wasn't as disorderly as it seemed on the surface. If it was a personal dispute, naturally no one would care. As for whether there would be a few more corpses, no one would care at all. But things like this were big enough. It also involved some people with powerful backgrounds, so it would attract attention. Logically speaking, someone should stand up and take care of this matter at this time. But Ming Shi didn't see anyone come to take care of it. He was even taken to the side. No matter how angry he was, it was troublesome for him to face so many people alone. According to your rules, this world seems to respect the strong. Since the strong are respected, this matter has become simple. Chapter 10:26. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Set up a venue for a duel. After all, only the strong are respected. If I win, I'll have the most say in this matter. No one expected Qinyu to propose such a solution. Even Old Gua did not expect this. After thinking about it carefully, this solution was not impossible. For a moment, he laughed heartily. In any case, this method was already an excellent choice for him. Since you proposed it, I'll add one more condition. You shouldn't have anything to say. Why don't we fight to the death? After all, the matter between us is very complicated. If we fight to the death, it might be more troublesome. Whether we fight to the death or not, it's a good solution for both of us. He was worried that he could not think of a way to make this matter seem reasonable. If he could protect his reputation, of course, it would be better to protect his reputation. Now, this was already an excellent solution. Qinyu took the initiative to propose a duel to the death. As long as these words were added, no matter what he did, it would seem reasonable. Even if he accidentally killed someone, it would be their own business. No one could interfere. Moreover, if this matter spread out, no one could say anything about it. Even if they knew that there was something fishy going on, no one would dare to say anything about it. If he thought about it carefully, this solution could not be better. For a moment, he actually found Qinyu pleasing to the eye, even if Qinyu was the culprit who killed his favorite son. But he was happy, and everyone was pleasing to the eye. It was a stark contrast from when he first came. Only a very small number of people knew how big this matter was. They had all seen Qin use strength with their own eyes. He killed the Tianyuan beast with ease. Even if the Tianyuan beast was seriously injured, and he could not use all his strength, however, his casual manner still left an extremely deep impression on them, especially Akira Kaneko. At least, he did not think that he had that kind of ability. This meant that Qinyu's strength was at least above his. Under such circumstances, Old Man Liang's strength had not improved despite his age. How could he possibly unleash his full strength? At that time, he would be shooting himself in the foot. After all, he was the one who suggested it. At that time, Chinyu would really kill him regardless of whether he lived or died. No one could say anything about it. All right, life or death? Under the two old men's calculations, under Jin Xiao's contemplation, was it? Qin, you didn't seem to be thinking about anything. At least, no one could tell what he was thinking. Both of them believed that their thoughts were correct. However, no one could tell what Chinyu was thinking. Private duels like this, regardless of life or death. With the agreement of both parties, they could also arrange for an empty spot in the gladiator arena. This was to give them enough space so that they could have a good competition venue. Since it was a public event, there would naturally be other people watching. But this time, it had caused quite a commotion. Not to mention that there were no empty seats. Most of the seats were also filled. As a result, it was extremely noisy during the competition. It seemed to be no different from a normal gladiator fight. Even a casino was built. Naturally, they were betting on who would win. Moreover, the odds were actually not too far off. Most people thought that the two old men would win. That was because the previous matter was not directly announced. There were also a small number of people who had watched the previous competition. Having seen Chinyu's strength with their own eyes, they naturally had doubts about the final result. After thinking for a long time, they finally decided to take a gamble. They bet that Chinyu would win. Anyway, they didn't put in a lot of money. It would be fun to win, and it wouldn't be a pity to lose. Akira Kaneko was watching this gamble from the periphery. Without saying a word, he put in nearly half of his wealth. He intended to get closer to Chinyu. What better opportunity to get closer to him than now? Others might not be able to grasp this opportunity, but he was able to grasp it well. Before the others could react, when Chinyu was unknown and unknown, when no one appreciated him, he had already bet half of his family's wealth. It was already powerful enough. Even if he lost, it wouldn't be a pity. Moreover, he knew in his heart that the final result would be as he expected. At that time, not only would he not lose, but he would also make a fortune. Even if it was only doubled, it would be enough for him to benefit a lot. Originally, Xuelan had never had any contact with this kind of gambling. But after seeing it, Akira Kaneko and Shushur explained it to her. She had a general understanding of this. More people chose to bet on Old Gua's victory. As for the current odds, there was already a slight difference. Without thinking, she bet all her wealth on Chinyu's competition. As for a tie, there were some people who bet on a tie, but there were fewer of them. Xuelan didn't have much in her possession, but for most people, it was still quite a lot. Even if Chinyu only gave some occasionally as pocket money, for most people, this was still a huge fortune. At least what Akira Kaneko took out was not as much as what Xuelan took out. It was inevitable that he felt a little ashamed. Before, when he saw that Xuelan never had the intention to pay, he thought that Chinyu had always been in charge. Now, it seemed that it wasn't because Xuelan was shy of money. It was purely because there was no need. There were a lot of whispers. Of course, the experts with sharp ears and eyes couldn't ignore it. Chinyu took in everyone's discussions and expressions in his heart. Then he smiled and shouted, "Wait a minute. I should be able to join in this gambling, right?" There was no rule that said that the people on the field couldn't bet on themselves or their opponents to win. Everyone watched with their own eyes. Chin, you was like a magic trick. Piles after piles of treasures and excellent resources appeared. These things had a high value after a rough calculation. What's more, some of the things were even more unheard of. Once Chinyu attacked like that, it caused everyone to be certain of his identity and origin. If he wasn't someone from the other divine realm, how could he take out so many good things that they didn't recognize so easily? One had to know that it wasn't easy to take out these things, just based on this appreciation. Even if some of the things weren't very valuable, they could be sold for a good price. Even if it was just a collection, it would be good. What's more, these things all looked extraordinary. Chapter 10:27. Every single one of them had an extremely noble appearance, and only a small number of them were recognized by others. This also caused the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. Only the value of being recognized was the value of that. It had already made countless people click their tongues. They admitted that they definitely didn't have such a rich background, not to mention those that they couldn't recognize. All of them didn't look bad. Obviously, their value was also extremely high. All of these things are used to buy my victory. I don't know if these things can be converted into money. If not, I'm afraid I'll have to sell them on the spot. Although Chinyu said those words, right after he finished saying those words, there were many people in the crowd who thought that they didn't lack money. They could be considered to have some eyesight. They all raised their hands one after another. They had long had their eyes on one or two of the treasures. These things were difficult to find elsewhere. Some of them had even been searching for a long time, but they couldn't find them anywhere. It was none other than because they were rare in the world. But now, Chinyu casually took out piles of them. If he had these, then he would be able to gather enough materials. Most of the other people had similar thoughts. There were also some who purely saw the value of these things. They knew that these things would only sell for a higher price if they were placed elsewhere. Therefore, the price they shouted was also extremely high. In a short while, more and more people came for the winter vacation. And there were also many people who had their eyes on different things. This rough calculation added up to tens of millions. Such a huge sum of wealth was only exchanged for a small portion of the things. Moreover, this was the price they shouted on a whim. If these things were placed elsewhere, they could be sold for a higher price. The person in charge of the casino in the arena blushed. Looking at these things, he could naturally recognize them with his eyesight. Many of these things could be sold for a higher price outside. Their value couldn't even be measured with money. He hurriedly shouted for a stop. Of course, these things could be used as bets. In fact, they would make a lot of money if these things were used as bets. Sometimes they would hold the common coins in their hands, but they might not be able to buy these extremely precious things. If that's the case, then help me estimate the value of these things. There are too many things. I can't even remember the names of these things. There are also some that were bestowed by the elders, and I don't dare to ask about their origins. So, it's enough to estimate its approximate value. Seeing those treasures piled up like a mountain, Chinyu felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Although he had a lot of good resources in his hands now, there were even some extremely precious materials that were extremely hard to come by, but after all, he didn't have much money on hand. This was especially true when he frequently entered and exited the god realm. Most of the time, before they could accumulate enough money, they would have already changed worlds. At that time, the currency in his hands would also become a pile of waste, although he could still use it another day. But after all, every time he came to a new god realm, he had no way to take out any currency. As expected, I'm still too poor. Looks like I'll have to find a way to accumulate more currency in the future. Who knows when it will come in handy? Too poor? These things were already comparable to the wealth of many experts. There were also some rich people who thought that their net worth was more than 10 times that of people of the same level. These things were enough for them to be proud of, and even to have an extremely luxurious life. Not to mention that they didn't have to worry about food and drink. They also spent lavishly to nurture some juniors. They lived in the best places and used the best things. But now, looking at these truly good things, thinking back to the good things that they had in the past, they couldn't help but feel a little sore. Compared to these truly good things, what could their things even be considered as? The things that Chinyu casually took out didn't make Chinyu's heart ache, but many people couldn't take their eyes off them. These things were many times their net worth. Only then did Akira Kaneko, and by sure realize what kind of people they had unintentionally met. Even if it were them, they wouldn't be able to take out even a tenth of these things. Even if they were considered to have some family or some power, they naturally didn't lack food and clothing on a daily basis, and even used the best of the best. But it was absolutely impossible for them to take out so many good things. Now, there were many things that were enough to make them drool with desire. Skycloud bamboo. Heavens, it's actually skycloud bamboo. I've heard that this thing hasn't appeared for at least 10,000 years. Akira Kaneko held his breath. This was a top-grade material that he had dreamed of. How many years had it been that he hadn't found such a precious material? He had thought that perhaps he wouldn't be able to find it in this life. It was even possible that he wouldn't be able to find it in this lifetime. This material had been missing for a long time. If he had found it within 1,000 years, then so be it. If he had found it even later, it wouldn't have been of any use to him. But now, this was already the best he could hope for. There was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. He had actually encountered skycloud bamboo. This kind of thing hadn't appeared for many years. Even if it did appear, it was very likely that it wouldn't fall into his hands. After all, there were many people who were more powerful and wealthy than him, but because of his previous actions, he still had a bit of a friendship with Chinyu. Did this mean that he could also make an abacus? What if it fell into his hands? As for the price, he naturally wouldn't treat it badly. As long as he was given a chance, it would be fine. Under the circumstance that they had a friendship, his chances of getting the skycloud bamboo would be higher. Can you take this thing out and leave it for me? Of course, he wasn't so thick-skinned as to take it for free. Instead, he was prepared to pay a high enough price. Even if he didn't have that many resources, he couldn't afford such a huge price. But he was still thick-skinned. He wanted Chinyu to keep it for now. The importance of this item to him was simply too great. If he could get his hands on this material, he would have a powerful weapon in his hands. A powerful weapon was very important. However, anyone with a relatively high level of strength was very clear in their hearts. A powerful weapon could allow one to unleash extraordinary power. The saber that Chinyu used before was extremely domineering, and it suited him very well. If he didn't have a saber, Chinyu would still be extremely strong. At the very least, he wouldn't feel as if he was about to be suppressed by a single glance. There was a huge difference between having a weapon and not having one. Currently, the weapon he used most effectively was a long, thin saber. It was light and easy to use, and it could easily cut through skin and even slice through bones. To him, it was more convenient for him to use this thing. Chapter 10:28. Skycloud Bamboo. The onlookers wanted nothing more than to spit all over Akira Kaneko's face. How could such a precious existence be kept for him just because of a single sentence from him? Did he even know that Skycloud Bamboo had suddenly appeared? What did it mean? It was just that they hadn't spread the news beforehand. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to pay such a high price. If it weren't for the fact that they didn't have enough money on them, they would have shouted the highest price possible. Skycloud Bamboo was priceless. Even if someone could pay a very high price, if someone went overboard and asked for an astronomical price. As long as skycloud bamboo didn't exist, no one would be able to get that kind of money. No matter how heaven-defying the price was, it would be completely useless. If skycloud bamboo wanted to grow, it would require extremely harsh conditions. The right time, the right place, and the right people. Not only did it require an absolutely pure and precious place to grow, it also required the right weather and the right people to intervene. It had to be given sufficient nourishment. If skycloud bamboo wanted to grow, it would require many auxiliary plants. It was precisely because of these harsh conditions that even a seedling was hard to find in this world, not to mention a fully grown skycloud bamboo after countless years. Chinyu complied with Akira Kaneko's request and took out a small section of skycloud bamboo. Let's forget about it this time. This sentence was within everyone's expectations. There wasn't much noise in the crowd anymore. However, many couldn't help but laugh. As expected, skycloud bamboo was extremely valuable. They were wondering how someone could be so careless as to toss skycloud bamboo to the side. It was like tossing a piece of trash. Their scalps went numb and their eyelids twitched. Although Akira Kaneko was somewhat disappointed, he didn't force it. Even though he really wanted it, since skycloud bamboo had appeared, he had to fight for it. Even if he failed this time, it didn't matter. Chinyu had already proven to him that he didn't need Goldie to be his underling, nor did he lack people to curry favor with him. As long as he wanted to, he could easily become the most powerful person in the world. However, there was another sentence after this sentence. This section is too small. It's too unsightly. I have some undamaged adult plants here. I think the effect will be even better. What he had casually thrown into the pile of resources just now was just a small bamboo joint. Although it was still considered complete, it was already sufficient. But after all, it was only a small section. After saying this, Chin-Yu's hand glowed with a warm luster. Its entire body was like a layer of green jade. It was taller than a person, and it was extremely sturdy. One look, and one could tell that it was top-notch. There were some leaves growing on it, and the bamboo roots were wrapped in a thick layer of mud. This lump of mud didn't look very eye-catching. However, there were still people who recognized the extraordinary features of this lump of mud. If it wasn't for the effect of the mud, there was no way the skycloud bamboo could have been preserved so well. A perfectly preserved skycloud bamboo. He even buried it in the forest to create this extraordinary pile of mud. In fact, it could even ensure that the skycloud bamboo could survive and continue growing. The value of a skycloud bamboo that could continue to grow far exceeded the value of a small piece of skycloud bamboo. If it survived, it meant that it could be reborn. Even if a part of the bamboo joint was cut off, it could still grow back. As long as one invested enough, they could even have an inexhaustible supply of precious skycloud bamboo. Akira Kaneko already had a guess, but he didn't dare to believe it. If this treasure was really for him, then he would have profited greatly. However, before things were set in stone, Akira Kaneko didn't think that he would have such heaven-defying luck. After all, he had never shown any extraordinary luck before. What are you waiting for? I don't want it. This thing wasn't that important to men. Although skycloud bamboo seemed to be extremely precious here, there were quite a few in the wood realm. Although they were rare, it wasn't as if they hadn't appeared in many years. Thus, he had a large patch of skycloud bamboo in his collection. This stalk was already in excellent condition. Although it wasn't the bamboo king, its value wasn't something that small piece could compare to. Compared to many natural treasures, it could already be considered a small piece of top-notch treasure. It wasn't that Akira Kaneko didn't want it, but he didn't think that it would actually fall into his hands. With his intelligence, it wasn't that he didn't understand what Chinyu meant. He just didn't dare to believe that he would one day be able to obtain such a precious treasure. He had clearly felt that it was out of his reach before, but now it was right in his hands. Sucking in a cold breath, Akira Kaneko made up his mind. From now on, he would follow Chinyu and sign a contract to sell himself to him. However, he had already decided on this, friend. If someone were to go against Chinyu, then they would be going against him. I'll thicken my skin and accept it. I don't have enough money on me, but I'll definitely make up for it later. To be able to obtain such a complete and living skycloud bamboo, he had already profited greatly from the start. Even if he had to spend a lot of money, he had still profited greatly. Everyone else could only feel envy towards him. There were even some people who wanted to forcefully snatch it from him. However, they were wary of Chinyu, who was standing next to him, and didn't dare to act rashly. It wasn't as if Akira Kaneko couldn't see through their actions. Naturally, he would scoff at their actions. However, this thing had already been promised to him, so he couldn't just hand it over. Since this thing belonged to him, anyone who coveted it was his enemy. Of all the people present, there were very few who could be considered enemies by him. Most of them didn't have the ability to threaten him. Please take your revenge another day. That old man, Gua, has been waiting impatiently for a long time now. I believe that you can definitely beat him to a pulp. However, it's still better to hold back a little. If you kill him in one go, who knows if the Gua family will turn around and accuse you. After everyone else heard this, they finally refocused their attention on this matter. This matter could be considered both a big and small matter. However, because everyone had focused their attention on the pile of protection before, they had all neglected the real reason why they were here. This was because Chinyu had taken the initiative to compete with Old Man Gua. The latter was somewhat famous, and many people knew him, although he wasn't considered one of the top few people. However, they had all heard of him. Chinyu, on the other hand, was somewhat unknown. However, being unknown didn't mean that he was weak. A small number of people who truly knew about him were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. It wasn't certain who would win or lose.